Good morning. Today is 23rd of April 2025 and we're going to be racing today. Today we're going to be racing at Doomben. This is in Queensland and we've got about 8 races here today. The ground rating is soft. The last finishing mile from the last bend to the finishing post is about 340 meters. Could be about 41, 42, but that's the ballpark from here till here. And this is one of the best places to race at Queensland. And we'll see what we can do here today. Welcome to Grandstand, and we do horse racing 5 days a week, and we do that in 2 steps. First, we try and identify the best horses through physics, mathematics, a little bit of understanding of horse racing. And once we have identified the best horses, that's when we take a look at the horses at the paddock when we get the live stream from the paddock or the gates. If we find that all the horses are looking good and good to go with, we stick to our picks and place our bets. But if we find that there are circumstantial changes or there are better horses at the paddock, we often step out or make changes with our bets. It's horse racing, so we need to be vigilant and we need to be making quick decisions that are in favor of us, and that's exactly the effort that we have. I've got 3 tabs opened in front of me. The first one is where we get to see the races. The second one is where we get to take a look at the odds and the scratchings. And the third one is Palmerbet, where we take a look at the winning numbers when we can't make out through the feed. So that's all that we have. I'm going to put on the feed and we'll see what's going on.
I think so. Later on in the day, I've gone very wide. I think particularly if this track was going to deteriorate, I wanted to go wide in that corner, which I think it is.
I have the races. I'm going to share my thoughts once I have a little clarity. But most probably I'll stay out of the first one. Most probably I'll stay out of the first one. So
30 tab fixed odds, as much as 260 earlier today, so it's had a good trim up. Impact zone $3 out to $3.40, feared at $5, lipsticks at $6, life after love at $8.50, and then big odds about the others. So all the money's with the favourite Offenbach, 260 to 230.
Yeah, I think he's a lovely gelding. Resuming as we take a look at our speed map here, thanks to Racing and Sports. I've got Lipstick showing speed. She showed very good speed in her latest trial under Rachel King. Impact zone won't be far away, and also Feared has shown speed at the trials. I really like Offenbach. I've seen him in both starts last preparation. This is him here on debut back on the 27th of November. Now he settles leaders back. He angles out at the top of the straight in the dark blue colours, and I love the way he fights on for second here behind a horse called Bertie. Of course, went on to win the Canterbury. I love the fact that there's a good margin back to the third horse here, and the third horse is telling. It's come out to win at Musselbrook since then. So I think the form's good enough. Is he a 900-metre horse? I'm not sure, but I think he's got a lot of quality. He was very good here on debut. Then he went to the Magic Millions race there at Wyoming, and perhaps he just had enough. The key today is he resumes a gelding. I read a story from Michael Friedman through the week, and he just thought that he just wasn't quite switched on. So they've gelded him. I want to see the best of him now. And although he's probably not a 900-metre horse, if he's going to get away with it, it's probably here at Newcastle. The 2 Impact Zone, he showed blistering speed on debut at Hawkesbury. He just got the pinch a fraction late over the 1,000 metres. So back to 900 metres. I suspect they'll ride him for speed here today, and he'll be all the better for the run over the trip. Top weight Feared, he was an expensive yearling. He's on debut here. He's trialled up well. He looks very tractable at the trials. A beautiful colt by I'm Invincible. He settled beautifully just in behind the speed, and he responded well when he was asked for an effort. And Lipstick, of course, lit the trials and then didn't show that speed here on debut. But I think they'll ride Hawker Hall like the best horse in the race. Let's have a look at his latest trial here back on the 2nd of April. Now you'll spot him out wide. He leads, but he just travels wide throughout. He's not asked for an effort over the final stages, and he pulls away for a convincing win to win this trial by 5 lengths. This is on rain-affected ground, so you can be confident that he should handle this heavy track. Of course, he went around on debut at Hawkesbury back in October, where he was sent out a short price favourite, and he just threw the race away. We wanted to lay him badly over the final stages. He's had 3 trials. He was actually accepted here at our last meeting and he never went around. So Chris has given him that 3rd trial, which we've just watched there. He's ready to go. He just needs to do things right. He did lay in a little in his trial 2 trials ago at Muswellbrook, but I think if he can find the front and find the rail to give him something to follow, that'll give him his best chance of doing everything right here today. 3 Zucat, she's on debut from the Kira Mar stable. She's done everything right at the trials. If there's any horse that's going to beat our short price favourite, I think it's probably her. She draws to get Matt Favours here today.
Arman, welcome back.
On debut, she did a little bit wrong.
Same to you, my friend.
She led a trial by a mark.
Let's try to win some races today.
Tempo. She did a lot wrong. Should be all the better for the experience. And the 4, he's cool. He's done nothing at the races, but he's had 2 trials this preparation. He's been placed in both of those, so perhaps he's come back a better horse this campaign. 1, 3, 2 and 4.
Okay, well, we move on to the 3rd event this afternoon. So a maiden plate this time.
Doomben, bro. Doomben. I had 2 tracks, Doomben and Newcastle. Newcastle, I'm not going. Doomben is the place.
It's now half that price at 4 with no deductions here. So good from up on the 9. Tommy Thug 6 to 440 has also had its supporters. Subtly Buster is $6 out to 9, back to 5 today. So some money there. Chief of Staff's at $11 and it opened second favourite at $4.60. We cannot write its name. Can't Fail 6 out to 13 has also been very soft, and Audenzi at $34. El Paso favourite, best back the 9, Okara Mia, and at longer odds, Southerly Buster today's had some support.
Yeah, these staying races are often difficult to try and line up. We do have a few different form lines here as far as our speed map, thanks to Racing and Sports. I think Can't Fail probably has the option to settle closer in running, stepping up to the 1850 from the inside gate. And Southerly Buster hasn't been far away, and with the claim, you would think probably pushes forward from out there. I'm tipping Tommy Thug. I know he's had a stack of chances to break his maiden, but he hasn't had a lot go right this preparation. This is him here last start back on the 1st of April. Now he was caught 3 wide on top of the speed, and I think the early effort just told he was beaten around 2 lengths. Prior to this, he was caught wide the trip at Hawkesbury, and prior to that, I think he should have won here first up. So he deserves a change of luck, this horse. I know he's had 11 chances to break his maiden, but he gets the advantage of a soft gate here today. And the fact that he's been placed on heavy ground gives me a little bit of confidence. Our favourite El Paso finishes just behind him there in the yellow cap. I actually made him the best bet on that day, and nothing went right for him either. It wouldn't surprise me to see him win El Paso. He went to the Kensington track first up in an speed dominated race, and then come here last start in that rule.
Righteous Legend 360 to 230. Captain Hot Tin Roofs at 550, Pasalac was at 850, and then it falls away. So all the money's with the top 2, Mignonette and Righteous Legend, only 20 cents between them and not much in the book as well.
Yeah, that's exactly the way I've seen it. I found it tough to split the top 2 in the market. Captain Hot Tin Roof can be prominent from the inside gate. Pasalacqua is never too far away. I don't know what they do. Resuming of 2 trials. This is her latest trial at Randwick, where she said I was up outside the leader. She was given a squeeze, but love the way she responds in the second position here. She's only beaten a small margin. Now, what are you giggling at, Gavin?
She is a dead ringer for Mum.
She is,
A
yeah.
dead ringer for Mum.
And now we did see her here on debut last preparation. Her trials weren't anything to get excited about prior to her first up run last campaign, and they rode her just quietly. I think it was a real educational preparation. She just had the one run and she did everything right. She made up a stack of ground back in the field, but I think this preparation with the trials have just shown more intent. She looks like she switched right on, and I think from that middle draw she can settle in a more prominent position here today. For Righteous Legend, he's first up after 8 months off the scene. I liked his trial beaten 3.5 lengths. He only had 2 runs last preparation where he wasn't far away in either of those, and he was placed here at 1400. Resumes a gelding today. He's got the race experience on his side. Captain Hot Tin Roos had 2 runs for the new stable. She hasn't been far away in either of those. And Pasalacqua, I do think he's probably better suited out over a little bit further, but he's nice and fit now, third up into the campaign. 8, 4, 5, 3.
Okay, on the race number 5, we go Anthony Class 1 here over 1250 metres. And the clotting. It's here at 10 after 3.
Pretty open race this one. So Koyos has come up favourite as much as $5.50. In fact, 6 I think was the best price we bet. He's now $4.80. This race was knocked a bit about by scratchings. What did we lose? 15, 21, 24 cents overall. Gone to Cape York, $8 best price, now $5.50. Super Newey. This one's had good support. 16 into 6, even subject to those deductions. Tillings at $8, Flying from Above's at $8.50. Aroa Stones at $8.50 and Motascarfo $9. So we'll need a bit of help with this lot, Mel. Very open race.
Yeah, it is, and I went looking for a little bit of value with our speed map. We've got Tiger's Roar, he was able to lead here last start. Kaznar, she's never far away. King Soleil, he's stepping up to the 12.50 today. You'd think he shouldn't be far away. And I'm hoping my on-top selection, Super Newey, can be more prominent. I want to show you her last start effort at Wyong. What you don't see in this replay is the fact that she absolutely walked out the barriers. She was 3 and 4 lengths behind the last horse, and she just tacked on approaching the 600 metre mark. You can see Louise Day just elected to save ground, stick back towards the inside, and I love the way she attacks the line here. She was beaten a length and a half. Of course, this is in a benchmark 64. Today she comes back to a class 1. She's done barely anything wrong this preparation. She's been placed 2 from 3. We've seen her at 900 metres here first up, where she finished 3rd. She went under Breaker Maiden at Hawkesbury second up. And I made her a value bet. I think she was around $10 this morning, but she's had good support in what is a very open race. Wouldn't surprise me to see Koyos win. I just still can't get over the fact that he got beat here 2 runs ago. He was home and hose, and
All money.
I'm convinced he just had a good think about things. They got the blinkers on him last day, just over race, so they bring him back in trip here today. They've left the blinkers on with.
So, a couple of things. My system is getting very heated up lately, and it is getting disconnected abruptly. But if that happens, I'll be back online immediately after a quick restart. It's a problem. It's a technical problem. My laptop is very old. The computer that I use is a very old. It is not capable of doing what we're doing here. I'm trying to buy a new laptop, but it's kind of expensive. I still don't have the money to buy it. But till the time we have a new laptop, I don't think we are in a position to fix this. I've tried many ways, but it just doesn't work. It gets disconnected abruptly. But if that happens, gentlemen, I'll be back online within a jiffy. So that's the first thing. Now let's take a look at the first race. 2, 8, 4 and 5. So that 2 is the favorite. 8, 4 and 5. Now if you look through the rails, that's what we get. Okay. The 4 is with a lot of management going on. We know that. Okay, so 2, 4, 5 and all that. It's a 2000 meter, and there are no linears. It's a maiden race, so it starts here with 9 and 11, and then it is all advantages all around, with 1 with the highest advantage. Now let's take a look at the favorite, which is the 2. 2 has got 13 races. It's in very good hands. It's one of the drifts. And 8 has 3 races. It did not do anything in last 3. It's also in a kind of a dicey hand, and all that stuff is happening. So I'm not going to talk about all that. There is this 11, which is very intriguing. I'll tell you why. Because if we look through the pressure line, now 9, 11, 2. Okay, and 2 is in good hands. That's there, but it's got the physics, but the 11, which doesn't have the physics. But let's take a look at the 9. The 9 is, it's got 9 races. It's probably neck to 11, but that's a little dicey for that horse, because the management is absolutely disastrous. The 11 is a new team. It's if we talk about handicapping, this is the one which is these two are handicapped. These two are handicapped, 9 and 11. 9 I am willing to discount, though it is the highest, but I'm willing to discount because of the management. But 11 I can't discount. It's a new team, and if we actually have to look at the 2, which is the favorite, the relaxation is more. It's a drift. Both of them are drift. If it is about drifts, so the bigger drift will always have an advantage. So the 11 is a check. Now the other things that might work, because this is a maiden race, so the best horse probably hands down is 8, and it has almost no pressure running, but it had similar situations in last two races probably, and it did nothing. This is 3. There are 3 races that it has done. It has done nothing in last 3 races. More or less this similar situation, but what has happened in the last 2 races is it got matured with this pressure tactics. It got matured, so there's a maturity on this horse. That's why which is there. The 10 has 4 races, did nothing. It's the same thing. The maturity is there. These are EWs, all EWs. The 1 has 7 races, did nothing. The other thing that is something that we do not know is this 7. 7 comes from gate number 3. Will it do something? I don't know. These 3 have been tried and tested. They failed. The 7 is going to get tried and tested today. It's a debut, and we'll see what it can do. But the 11 is something that I like, and I don't know whether it'll win, whether it'll get a place. I'm going to stay out for the first one in any ways. We'll see how the ground is working, but it has adequate pressure to, do this. The best jockey is here with 15. The best jockey is with 15. Then it is 7, and then it is 10. So the 15 had 5 races, it did nothing. 7 is the debut, which is something that we will check. If we look at the gate numbers, that's number 3. We don't, the gate number 2 is the Colt, which had 2 races, and gate number 4 is not there, so we cannot match it up, but that's that. Having said that, we'll take a look at the 11. It's not there within the odds. Will it win? Will it get a place? I don't know, but it is quite capable of delivering 5 races. We don't have a gate speed, but we do have a sectional speed on this, and this team is new. If this team was a little matured, I would have tried to put something on 11, but this team is new. I don't know whether they'll be able to deliver, but this is quite capable of destroying. We'll see.
Roll back in. All right, Anthony, jockey challenge. It'll be Jason Collett. I'll hand that back to you, and we'll see you back here. The first two at 10 to 1 local time.
Hey, good on you, Gab. Yeah, he's nice and short. Jason Collett, the jockey's challenge, 165. Ash Morgan, 550. Dylan Gibbons at 750. Karen McAvoy, 850. Keegan Latham's at 13. He beats the others. Okay, we'll take a break and we'll come back on the other side. Our first race from Doomben is not too far away. Back shortly on Sky Vibrance. Okay, the first at Doomben's only 6 minutes away and they're in the yard. This gets shorter, Fire and Lights. Now $2. Here's Bernie and Maxie.
Welcome to Big Week Racing at Doomben here today. Currently on a soft 6, roll out 10 metres, and horses are in the yard for the first, which is a maiden plate over 2,060 metres. Fire and Light is your $2.05 favourite. Let's look at Crop Fight, Maxie. He's a roughie at $61. Jamie Bayliss and Cody Collis.
Unplaced all 7 starts. Last start over the 2200 at the Sunny Coast he led, but was under a lot of pressure from the top of the straight.
Here is your $2.05 favourite, Fire and Light, William Crop and CJ Grail.
Should be the hot favourite as well. Had 13 starts, yet to win, but should have won a couple with any luck in the past. Great form for Maiden. The distance looks right. Has been running on strongly at the end of 1670 and 1800. Just needs to stay out of trouble and should win.
Out of luck is number 4, Des Force to Justin Huxtable.
Yeah, getting up to this trip, went over this distance last start here at Doomben, ran 5th behind Dillian. Dillian did look a good thing in that Class 1 set weight. So back to an overall Maiden, the run under the bell, might be able to run a place.
Vermilion Kieran is number 5, Lindsay Goff and Georgie Cartwright.
Bit of a doubt whether he'll run the distance, Bernie. Last start 1600 behind Deep Dawn. He was staying on okay, but this is another area as well, isn't it, going the extra 350?
Right, Zed Fred. What to do with this 3-year-old from the Chris Waller stable with Bailey Wheeler?
Just watch and hope. It's by the same sire as Very Elegant. Lugging bit going on for his first start. He was at the rear in a couple of jump outs in Victoria, but he came up here and he just sort of went around behind them at Deegan. So we'll just watch him today and hope he goes a bit better than the trial.
His stablemate looks great. State of Affairs with Kyle Wilson-Taylor.
Yeah, I think this 3-year-old by Dundee is a danger to the favourite. He has given us a change of tactics. Or in fact, was it last start? My apologies. It was last start. They wanted to ride conservatively, and the horse went back. Was back with the eventual winner Polymnia and got to the outside of the straight. Tried to go with Polymnia, who really put a gap on that maiden field. But I thought he stayed on really well at his first go at the 1800, and this looks very suitable.
Okay, let's look at Bolero now. Number 9, Vic Heading and Paul Hamlin.
Will run the distance. His last couple of starts, he's been okay over these long trips. I think he's got a place chance.
Then we get to Convo from the Kira Mar stable with Ange Jones.
She's bred to run it, being by Dundee from a dual Group 1 winner in Canedna. And I thought she was okay to first start since Kieran sent her up here. She ran 5th at Eagle Farm in the chillaxing race. She couldn't get in at all. At her first go up the trip, she was 3 deep outside the leaders, copped a nasty bump at the top of the straight. So I'm expecting her to go well.
Brian Dayes trains the 11 in Society with Martin Harley.
Yeah, by Pariah, this mare. She's jumping up quickly to 2,000 metres, so you've got to hope that she can run it.
Flaming Genesis, Daiki Chujo and Nozi Tomazawa.
Well beaten in 2 starts over the approximate 1,600, so hoping he goes a bit better over further here.
Margot Starr, Jason Edwards, Taylor Marshall.
He hasn't done much in 3 starts. Filly by Nakoni, they're trying further with her.
Cuban's Crown is the 15, Rob Heathcote, Emily Lang.
Yeah, being unplaced all 5 starts, another one that needs to improve.
See in the yard to get one race underway here at Doomben. So 210, our favourite Fire and Light, but a great parade, I would say, by State of Affairs. But he's gone the other way, Maxi. 5's out to 850.
Yes, it's a bit of a drift, isn't it? There is a little bit of money for...
Millie, Kieran.
Yeah, and out of luck, in a point and a half, 550 to 4. Mm-hmm. And the Minion Kieran 10 into $8.50. I just think it's the right race for Fire and Light. If you go back and have a look, 2 ago, gets beaten neck at the most at chillaxing. Big gap back to 3rd. Now, if chillaxing was in this race,
Yes.
he'd be $1.10.
Yes.
And then he was a little bit unlucky last start. It was just one of those races where the leader just took off. It was a terrific ride on Deep Dawn, who they were sort of struggling to get a win with, and decided to try something different from that whitish gate. Went straight to the lead and led by a big margin, Deep Dawn, and that made a lot of other horses way out of their comfort zone. This must have been 10 lengths off the lead at the top of the straight.
And cluttered up.
Yeah, yeah, but once he balanced up, he was really eating into the margin. Deep Dawn was stomping, but he was clearly best of the rest. That was at the end of almost 1,700, so he's got the draw today, and he's got the right form to break through at start number 14. Clearly on top of State of Affairs, but a little bit sort of concerned about that drift in the market. I thought this would be a clear second pick. Number 10, Convo. She's only a little mare, but she's certainly bred to stay. This is the right race for her to run well in. And Bolero's at a massive price, given that he's been running on strongly at the end of these long distance races that he's passed 3. So number 2, I think will break the Maiden today. 2 to beat 8, 10 and 9.
Yeah, not a lot different on 2 to beat 8 as well, putting 5 in for Million Kieran. It was a nice parade for him, so I think if he's ridden pretty coldly here to help him stretch out to the trip would be a plus, and the 10 Convo in the mix.
Lewis, welcome back,
interesting
Lewis.
race. Price is no money at all for State of Affairs, with a great parade by him. I know he does wear the crossover and the tongue tie, but I thought a real classic sort of 3-year-old Waller parade. Head down nice and low, good, nice loose action, but nobody likes him today. 5's out to 850. All right, let's get to Anthony from Market Update.
10 about Fire and Light. So about 225 when you did your preview, got into 195 and now 210. So just a little easy in the last few minutes, but nothing savage. Out of luck, 420. The Million Kieran 850, State of Affairs at 9, and Convo's a $12 chance. Still by far the most popular runner, Fire and Light. Damage was done pretty early on when we laid it. It just bottomed out at 195, but it's going to run about 210 favourite. Final thoughts, Bernie Maxi?
All right, they are just fixing the tongue tie on Margot Starr there. She's behaving nicely for that, Maxie.
This favourite Fire and Light's trained by Will Crop, the son of
Matt?
Dad Matt, yep. And he's getting a lot more horses these days. Originally, I think he only had 1 or 2 in his name, but he's got a pretty good maiden here. I'm just having a look at his pedigree, this favourite Fire and Light. He's a 4-year-old by a sire called Do you want to have a go?
Lalo?
That was good.
That's a guess.
Well, I don't know, but that sounded good. Horse was, I think he's a 10-year-old now. He's by Street Cry from the Star Street Cry. That's the sire of the sire here. He was trained by Gay and Adrian. He only had 7 starts, and he won earlier in his career.
Another either.
Anyway, he might have a Metro winner here if Fire and Light gets it right here. He's got to get it all right, get himself into a nice spot and into the clear at the right time, and on form he should be too good.
I agree. Let's see how he goes. Here's David Fowler for the Call of Reef one.
So second, and they're lining up well. They've got that tongue tie right with Margot's Star. They've moved in swiftly, so much so out of luck in Cuban's Crown. Only the last two to move in. Cuban's Crown goes up, out of luck goes in. Starter Brad Richardson picks up the button, turns on the line, and now we're set for the first attempt. Racing. Favourite Fire and Light from Barrier 4 again reasonably well. Crockfight off the inside. Floating Genesis were mostly away with Right Set Fred. Sweepers out wide for Minion Kieran, and even deeper in those yellow colours, Cuban's Crown working across, maybe looking for the front. In Society's going forward, but it's deep. Now there's Fire and Light in those pink and green colours. CJ Graham finds the rail, dead set centre field around the first bend. Then came at the head of the others as they travelled up the side was Out of Luck, the second favourite, the well-back second favourite. About fourth last outside of Margot's Star, then Convo and Bolero settles in last position. They head
Big
towards
bomb.
the back bend at the 1400 metres. And the leader was Crockfight. Cuban's Crown got in behind it to be second. Flaming Genesis found the rail in third. Fourth, the outside Vermilion Kieran in Society went forward, paid the penalty, caught 3 wide, and can't get in for the moment. Fire and Light the favourite, travelling through to be about 6th over on the inside, and just splitting that pair was Right Said Fred. Then came State of Affairs outside of Margot's Star the rail. Out of luck behind that division, and the tail end pair were Convo and Bolero would spot the leader around 12 lengths start. 8.50 left to run as they head towards the back bend. Crockfight the pilot, but Cuban's Crown getting closer now, only 3/4 of a length away. Flaming Genesis in third, Vermilion Kieran in fourth. In Society's had a terrible...
Hello, welcome back.
Fire and Light's been given every chance. It just needs some room to move. It's parked 6th over on the rail. State of Affairs going up, then Right Said Fred, Margot's Star Out of Luck. Convo, and forget about Bolero, can't go today. 500 from the judge, they're packing up. These leaders are now susceptible to challenges as Crockfight and Cuban's Crown were initially grabbed by Vermilion Kieran. They're followed then by Fire and Light, now working to the clear. Just going ahead of it was Out of Luck and also State of Affairs. But in the home straight, Vermilion Kieran pitched the break. Fire and Light's got the task ahead now. It's only one batting. So too Out of Luck, and then came State of Affairs. But Vermilion Kieran in full flight. Well clear, in fact, below the 100 metres. The further they go, the further it goes ahead. And Vermilion Kieran bolted in. Ran the distance right out. Ran out strongly. Beat Convo. Fire and Light and its chance in
5-10.
third. Fourth over the line was Out of Luck and State of Affairs. Flaming Genesis, Margot's Star, Cuban Crown. Right Said Fred, Bolero. Crockfight and In Society. It's wide all the way, pulled up last, 2.847.
So there are the placings. Vermilion Kieran, ridden by Georgie Cartwright, trained by Lindsay Goff, has just put up a big margin. Goodness me. Jumping up from 1660 last start, and he certainly has run the trip out better than the opposition. Definitely. Convo getting herself into second, clear-cut second. Every possible chance, Fire and Light. CJ Graham rode him an absolute treat, but no finish at all. And then Out of Luck back in fourth spot. So Vermilion Kieran, number 5, has taken a while to win at his 9th start. Often see him on a Wednesday, going around and finishing 4th, 5th, sometimes a little bit unlucky, but it all worked out absolutely perfect for him today. So congratulations to his connections, getting up at start number 9. Well, they came in at long intervals. Convo will win a maiden. I'm not sure about the rest of them. They certainly plugged up the running, didn't they? But I think the runner-up can certainly follow in a maiden over 2,000 metres in the next 2 or 3 weeks. That's the head-on. We'll get a report. Bernie's out the front there, and Should speak to some of the jockeys and come back with a report on the track. They're just sort of biting into it, taking the top off it. So we'll be back when they're in the mounting yard for race number 2, Anthony.
Okay, good on you, Maxie. Thank you for that. That's the first there at Doomben 1 and...
So what happened is that 5 went through. $33. We go to the next. That's also a maiden. 4913 has been scratched. One, 2, 12, and 10.
He grabbed right in the shadows of the post. He comes back to 900 metres. He's got race experience here on some of his rivals. He's nice and bright in the eye, and he's one of the main chances here.
Favourite is Offenbach, first up from a break for Michael Freeman and Regan Bayless.
He resumed gelding today. He's had 2 trials. I like the way he found the line in his latest trial at Warwick Farm when he was asked for an effort. He contested some good races last preparation. He debuted here behind Blitzburg, where he was only beaten less than half a length. Then he went on to the Magic Millions race at Wyong, where he probably had enough. I'm hoping the gelding will do the trick. He's a horse that the team have always had an opinion of him. He's probably going to need every inch of the 900 metres, but I'm hoping class will get him a long way.
7 Wonders is a first starter for Paul Perry and Keegan Latham.
Yeah, he's had 3 trials to date. His latest was his best of those here on the Beaumont, where he was beaten half a length. He led on the fence. He was pushed along late, but he responded okay. Just looking at him physically, I would think 900 metres is probably short of his best, and he's drawn awkwardly here today. I'd be happy to watch him.
Blue Eyed Bridget is TAB number 5, $51 chance for Brad Whittup and Dylan Gibbons.
She's had 2 trials this preparation. She's been safely held in both of those, 7.5 lengths in her first trial and then 5 lengths in her latest at Kembla. She just didn't show any speed. She looked a touch 1 pace in the run home. She's a very flashy horse to look at in the yard, and she's presented in her best possible condition. Just thought that she'd improve with racing and perhaps out over a little bit further.
Life After Love is first up from a break, number 6 for Kieran Maher and Jason Collett.
I haven't got this filly in the numbers, but I could definitely entertain a spot for her off her recent form last preparation. She went to the Gold Coast in the debut, where she was beaten 3.5 lengths. She was ridden up outside the leader. I thought she batted on okay. She's had 1 trial at Kembla where she was beaten 6.5 lengths, but she was ridden very quietly in that barrier trial. So hard to get a guide off her trial. Just looking at her physically, she's a horse that doesn't hold a lot of excess condition. She's rock hard fit for 900 metres here first up.
The Street Boss filly is Lipstick, number 7 for James Cummings and Rachel Key.
She's got good tactical speed, and that'll hold her in good stead for the 900 metres. She ran into Tempted on debut at Warwick Farm. She was no match for the winner, beaten 4 lengths in the 3rd position. She's first up today off 2 trials. She won her latest at Warwick Farm by a length, where she was able to lead and dictate. I thought she'd give a good kick at the top of the straight. I'd say they'll work forward from the middle draw today. Rachel was a boarder in the trial and rides it here today.
And Replica is the last, the number 8 for Chris Waller and Reece Jones.
This filly showed good improvement from trial 1 to 2 this preparation. She was beaten 9.5 lengths in her first trial, and then a length and a half in her latest at Rose Hill, where she showed good speed to settle behind the leader. She was held together down to the line. I thought she did a good job at the trials, although I don't have her in the numbers. She's another one that I could see definitely running well from the inside gate.
So Offenbach, 235 favourite here. Second elect Impact Zone goes 360, in fact $3 this morning. Now is at 420. Third elect is Feared, the first starter at 550 of the others. Lipstick at 550. And Life After Love went 850 out to 9, but comes back in a 1.5 and is now a $7.50 chance. The riders moving over, and they're about to head out for the first of 8 races. Jason Collett is the short price favourite. The Jockey Challenge around that 160.
He was 7 and 2.
rides Life After Love with Kieran Marr in the opening event on the program. The Lipstick is a filly by Street Boss, who comes here first up then to Tempted on debut. Warwick Farm back in December. For James Cummings, Darren Beeban, of course, on track today and is out there now with Mel.
Yeah, he sure is. Darren, this filly, she resumes. How's she come back?
She's come back. She's put on a little bit of conditions. She's strengthened up a little bit. She was always lightly framed, but she seems to have got a bit of substance to her about her now. And yeah, very honest filly and raced well at her first start at Warwick Farm.
She's obviously got good tactical speed, so 900 metres looks like a beautiful kick-off point.
Well, yes and no. She's not a real runner, and drawing that gate, I think just come out on a neutral and a little bit of speed inside, and obviously first up on a heavy track, you don't want to be burning the candle at both ends. So yeah, she's probably going to hopefully get a trail behind something and pop her out late, and hopefully she's strong enough late.
Do you have a gut feeling how she'll handle the heavy surface?
She's very genuine, if that accounts for anything, and most horses, if they're genuine, they'll get through it. And she's a real little trier, so and she hasn't got a huge stride on her, so I think she'll put him in and take him out pretty quick.
Good luck.
Thank you.
It's Darren Beeban with the Lipstick here, who's about to head out with the others and is into $5.50 on track after being $7 earlier today. Now the sun is back out again. It's going to be one of those days, I think, Mel. In any case, favourite here is Offenbach first up. Pardon me, he comes back at Gelding, first up since December. And it's off to the gates. What do you like, race one?
Yeah, I'm going to stick with him Offenbach. Like I said, I had a bit of a soft spot for him last preparation, but I must say a number of these horses looked incredibly well in the mounting yard, and it's really difficult to pinpoint one that stood out. So I've left him on top. Offenbach resumes a gelding today. Just can't go past his run here on debut behind Blitzberg, where he fought on bravely for second position. He's drawn nicely. They get first use of the track here today, so inside gate shouldn't be too much of a negative being the first race. Impact Zone was probably one of the standouts for mine from the yard. He's a beautiful, solid horse to look at. He's built for speed. He was obviously very good on debut at Hawkesbury, where he was narrowly beaten. He'll be all the better for that run. You can see him cantering to the gates there. He's quite keen to get on with things, so I suspect that he'll settle in the first couple here today. Feared was handling himself well for a horse having his first day at the races. He looks like a horse that's got a good head on his shoulders. He did everything right in the trials, and likewise here in the mounting yard, he walked around as if he'd done it all before. And then I've included the 7 there, Lipstick. We've heard from Darren Beeban. She's got good tactical speed. Surprised to hear that they're going to ride her with a sit. She settled up outside the leader at Warwick Farm in her only run last preparation, and she did lead her latest trial at Warwick Farm under Rachel King, but they obviously are of the opinion that being 900 metres is going to be good enough tempo for her to just get a card in behind them. 3, 2, 1 and 7.
And of course, with that 900 metre start, it's just the one corner, and that's the home bend coming into the straight.
Yeah, you can definitely sit wide here and win from the 900 metres. Everyone will just be looking to get a little bit of cover in the early stages, you would think, but I have seen horses sit 3 wide with cover here and win impressively.
So Impact Zone and Beard carrying similar colours, the Newgate China Horse Club colours. Impact Zone's at the 1 start, whereas Beard comes here after trialling a couple of times in Victoria and was a recent trial winner at Randwick. Karen McAvoy does the steering today for Anthony and Sam Friedman, and race number 5 will start the quaddie due at 10 minutes after 3. I just note this favourite Offenbach, it comes back at Gelding, bred by Arrowfield, who stay in the ownership, along with Torreyburn and a number of other big hitters in Offenbach. And that would have been a tough decision, given how well bred he is.
Yes.
To get the ultimate gear change, but obviously they deemed it necessary, and so has been done.
Yeah, I will say, like we said, we've seen him last preparation. He was always a good horse in a mounting yard, never over the top or anything like that, but he's obviously, the team obviously feel he's just not giving 110% when he's out on the racetrack. So he's had that gelding operation. Like I said, I thought he was great here on debut. Then he contested the Magic Millions there at Wyong, but it was far from disgrace, beaten 3.5, and he probably had enough over the final stages that day. So been out for a break with the change, and although he's yet to be tried on heavy ground, you would think, being by Schnitzel, that he should get through it okay.
Okay, let's go to Anthony, find out what's happening here. So it looks like, Anthony, they're going to let you on with Offenbach. Money on track with Lipstick. What's happening with Tab?
Yeah, we're happy to just risk him a little bit. He was as much as or as short as 230 when you did your preview, now 260, whereas Impact Zone is $4.20. Lipsticks $4.80, bet as much as $6 about it earlier today. And Feared $7.50. Offenbach's now $2.70, and Impact Zone just went $4.20 to $3.90. So good support late for the 2, and they're risking the 3. Luke Marlowe to call the action for us. Here's the first at Newcastle.
Thanks, Anthony. And these runners at the start and coming in well for our first of the day here at Newcastle. Heavy 8, the track rating. And they come forward nicely. 7 Wonders for the Perry team to move forward. Lipstick to come in as well. Starters down front preempting these last 2 coming in here. Will shortly be ready to go. Thanks a lot, Marto. Sky Racing 1 joining us. Welcome everyone to the coverage of Newcastle today. We've got a heavy track to negotiate. Slightly overcast conditions here trackside. Heavy 8 here at Newcastle, and for the first race, 7 Wonders will be among the last to come forward. Feared standing well. Barrier 4, Impact Zone up to line. Feared in a red cap, Impact Zone in a white cap. Just might be a slight hold up for some reason. They're making no attempt to bring 7 Wonders in just yet. Attendant in with Life After Love, just keeping that horse nice and relaxed. Lipstick is in the stalls now. The last one's coming up, so whatever the hold up was, we're right to go this time. 270 favourite number 3, Offenbach. All set. Ready for a start now. And they're racing. Offenbach jumped pretty well near the inside, showing great speed. Impact Zone and pushing up the inside. Replica. Impact Zone from Replica. Offenbach. Over racing behind was Feared, being followed by Life After Love. Blue-Eyed Bridget pushing through. Lipstick 3 wide, and last was 7 Wonders up to the home turn. Impact Zone at the 450 metres, leads by half a length on Offenbach, getting every chance outside the lead. Replica behind those, then came Life After Love, trying to wind up from Lipstick early in the straight. Impact Zone giving its head now. Impact Zone about a length and a half in front of Offenbach, who was just left flat-footed when the leader sprinted here. He's trying to pick up again. Life After Love, Lipstick, 100 to go. Impact Zone going pretty well. Offenbach won't get to it, and Impact Zone is going strongly to the line. Impact Zone has won it from a photo finish. Diving the outside. Lipstick at
Lewis.
and as
Brilliant.
For fourth, I think that'll go to Blue
2-7.
Get out wide on the track. Then
Zone goes virtually all of the way. What a good-looking colt he is. By Exceed and Excel, Peter Snowden and Tom Sherry. The favourite sat in his slipstream, Offenbach. And as Luke said in the calls, just left that little bit flat-footed. He just was off and gone there, Impact Zone. So at his second start, he breaks his duck. A nicely bred colt this, and he's got a future. I wonder if they've got Queensland in mind for him. So 2 wins it. Now, tied for second, and in fact, up on the border, Dead Heat has gone up between 3 and 7. Offenbach and Lipstick. So 2, the Dead Heat is 3 and 7, and 5 winds up in 4th spot. Blue-Eyed Bridget from the back, who was very green, but made up a stack of ground and was a bit of an eye-catcher.
Yeah, race we're going to have to go back and have a look at, but he was all class today. Impact Zone, get back to the 900 metres today was key. They let him use his early gate speed. He was held together nicely, and he's given a good kick at the top of the
Azhar, Newcastle too. Congratulations, Azhar.
Chance today. To settle for second. I thought the third horse was good. Lipstick, and fourth went the way of the 5 at Blue-Eyed Bridget. Gabs with one of our winning connections.
Yeah, Aaron Lowndes here for Peter Snowden. Gee, he's a nice colt.
No, he is a lovely colt. Obviously shows good natural gate speed. We saw that the other day, and I dare say once he finds a bump to follow, he'd be even better. But no, he just used that natural great speed today. Obviously, he has that run under his belt now, and that is very good today.
You can see that he's still very new, but there's talent there.
Yeah, that's right. No, he's got good ability. We've always thought that from what he's done at home and in the trials. It's a bit gross colt, so it's taken a few runs to come to hand. But no, he's done a good job, and he's on the upward spiral.
He got through the heavy. I don't know, did he look all that comfortable in it? I mean, he's got the job done, but he might be better on a firmer track.
Yeah, that's right. It's a little bit of an unknown today. He's tried on soft ground before. We'll see what Tom has to say, but he didn't look too bad today.
Looks pretty good. Well done.
Thank you.
Have you ever seen a horse look bad when they're in front of the winning post first, Gabble?
You've seen them look uncomfortable, not bad. Perhaps. 1 3/4 with a dead heat. 1 3/4 via dead heat with a dead heat. 53.45, 33.64. The last 600 metres as the winner comes back. So carrying the Newgate China Horse Club colours. So the dead heat was Offenbach and also Lipstick, and that fourth horse has made up a stack of ground. Blue-Eyed Bridget was very, very green up the home running.
Yeah, and she was a filly that didn't show a lot of speed at the trials, but I thought she'd be a little more paced at 900 metres. So perhaps when she gets out over a little bit further, we could see a win not too far away for.
All right, this is the second one here at Doomben. So if we look through the odds, it's 1, 2, 12, and 10. If we look through the rails, then 12, 15, 10, 1, 2, all they come. 1, we have, there's a very strong physics on 1. So there's no reason for 1 to lose. The only threat which is here, so let's take a look at 1 first. It's a linear, but it's not a strong linear, right? Anybody lower than this poses a challenge. So if we take a look at that, that's 11, 6, 15, and 1. 11, 6, 15, and 1, wherein 11 had 3 races, did nothing. 6 had 2 races in very good hands today. But the main problem is 15. If we look at the BB is solid on this one, but 15 is still above. And if this is carrying the highest weight, this one is carrying the lowest weight, and that's the only threat. I think the 15 will go with 1, since it's a complete straight line and this beautiful management. But if that 15 kicks in, then it'll be a bad one. The other thing which is possible is 7. 1 and 2, if we look at the pressure line, so 1 and 2 are holding the largest pressure, all right? 173 and 94, they are the 2 favorites. 1 and 2, they are the 2 favorites. They are the largest pressure. But generally it never works like that. What happens is the drift gets in. So that 7 is the drift. All right, that 7 is the drift. So the 7 is probably the second horse pool in here, and that 7 probably is the second horse pool. But we're not going to get adventurous on this, because we already have a problem, which is 15, and 1 is okay. It's in the best hands. These people deliver every time. There is no doubt about it. I'm going to go with 1 since we have the physics and everything on 1, but that 15 is there. The 15 is I can just pray and hope that the 15 will not work. As well as Geelong 5. I don't have the feed for Geelong. Just got Doomben, Newcastle.
Doomben, the second, is up next. Stars on Us. Very well backed here. 185 from first man, 440. We'll get to the mounting yard with Bernie and Maxi.
Tony Golden with the favourite here for race number 2, a maiden handicap over 1350 metres. Stars on Us is the favourite. We're just having a giggle. You'll get a good look at them. So Stars on Us is the favourite and the first horse to look at. Maxi, did I say this race is over 1350? And he's obviously a very big horse. Then we'll get to number 2, who's a very little horse.
Wow, poor old number 2. He's just looking at big stars and he's just going, how am I going to beat him?
It's literally half the size.
It could fit inside him.
Anyway, Stars on Us is Tony Golden Randwick.
Yeah, he's just got a poor barrier here with the rail out 10 metres. It is a great start. They run straight for about 600 metres. So I'm not sure whether they're going to go forward or back, but he's a really good maiden, this guy. He's been around in some decent maidens, hasn't got there as yet. Last start he was closing in on Noble Decree, who had some very decent form. So if it all goes right, then he's the one we've got to beat here.
Okay, from the Man Mountain to the Pid Pony, first man, number 2, Paul Shaler, Michael Rod.
He's not going to know himself coming from barrier 4 today. He's only likely raced, he's had the 5 starts, and his last 4 starts he's had 13, 9, 9 and 14. Last start he actually jumped in front but was restrained by Michael Rod to tuck in. He went way back on him, but he found the line really strongly. So he's probably the danger to this favourite, as the market suggests.
Okay, number 3, Pujan, Chris Waller, Kyle Wilson-Taylor.
Yeah, we need to see a little bit more. Didn't do much of his first start, nor in a recent trial.
National Interest, Jill Heinrich, Damien Thornton.
17 starts, 6 placings, and he almost got up last start. Michael Rod rode him nice and patiently this course and distance, and he ran on strong. Explosive Tycoon that got up nearer the inside, so a repeat of that will see him in the finish.
Rotate, Di Murphy, Justin Huxtable.
Oh. Yep. I was just waiting for the jockey to get legged up. Why aren't the jockeys on?
They're sort of getting on as they're going out here. Look, they're all stopped. It's rather bizarre.
Yeah, just want to have a look at this 3-year-old Rotate, number 6. Was okay first up at Ipswich.
Sunny Disposition, Darren Bell, Bailey Wheeler.
All right, we'll just sort of wait for them to get around the front so we can get a better look at them. She's a mare by Justify, and I don't know what happened last start. May have been the very heavy track. Pretty sure that was that King of the Mountain Day?
Yes.
Basically eased up out of the race. Now there's a stack of gear changes. The post-race vet went over the horse, and apparently there was an upper respiratory noise, and they needed to get a vet cert that they've obviously done. So maybe there's a bit of an issue with the wind, but
up to 30 will be a bonus.
Yeah. Tongue ties going on today, as well as the winkers and crossover. So, yeah, fingers crossed that she can perform a little bit better.
Sibilia is the 8, Laurie Mayfield Smith and Aiden Thompson.
Yeah, she was good this course of distance 2 ago. It was only a second start. He sort of pressed her early. She jumped well. He took the lead, and it's only the last couple of hops, Fashion Flash sort of ran her down, and then she went straight to the mile at Ipswich, and she had to chase Deep Dawn, who went 4 or 5 lengths in front. And it didn't suit her. I thought she held on okay under the circumstances. Much more suitable today. Can run a place.
Barogaroo is the 10, Gary Dougherty and Boris Thornton.
He did a pretty good job last start. He ran 3rd in the race that First Man was 2nd in, and was good over the final part.
Rippington is from the Chris Wallace stable with Ronnie Stewart.
Yep, clearly needs to improve. The change of tactics are to try and be a bit closer today.
Saman City, Jack Bruce Taylor Marshall.
And the change of tactics here are for this guy to try and be a little bit handy. So Taylor Marshall try and have him closer to the leaders. Was only fair at his first start since coming to Jack's stables at Ipswich the other day.
Maladrew, Jack Bruce, Emily Lang.
Bit of a tricky horse in that he's usually better when they can ride him stone cold. So thereafter he's got it all to do. But look, he can run on okay here.
Johnny Tondo, CJ Graham writes for Kelly Schweden.
Yeah, he's...
He last start.
It was. In a moderate race, it was the right result. More for Ready deserved to win it, but was a better run by him. So steps up a little bit in trip today.
Rightio, that is how they looked as they went onto the track. Not sure, did number 14 go? Yeah, the jockey's back on there, Emily Lang, I think that was. Maladrew. And there he goes on his way to the barriers now. So Stars on Us did $1.80 favourite, but money for First Man. It's like a David and Goliath battle here, Maxie.
Yeah. It'd be great if they sort of drew on from the field here, the 2 favourites, and had a tooth and nail struggle up the straight.
One's a monster, one's a pony.
Yeah, like this bloke could be 550 kilos in the
all day.
And the other fellow 450. He's lucky. If he's lucky. Yeah. I've gone that way. I've gone in stature. 1 to be 2. He will need a bit of luck. It'll take a good ride, but they've got the right jockey in Ryan Maloney on Stars on Us, who's been on him at both of his runs back, so he understands this horse perfectly. Little First Man, he's going to get it nice and soft. And he'll get his chance.
It's a 550 kilogram horse.
5 of them.
That's what they're saying.
From the winner, so I think clearly he is the danger, little fellow. Then I've got Sibilia. I think hold-up tactics today might suit her a bit better. And then number 10, Barogaroo to run on in the straight.
I've gone with the little fellow.
Okay.
And although I did notice when the jockeys were getting on, Stars on Us sort of did a loop and spun around into the face of First Man. And First Man was like, oh my God, I'm terrified.
I don't blame him.
Because he's so big. That was coming head on to him, obviously. When they're all galloping in the same direction, it's not as big a deal. Yes, he doesn't have the power and the strength and the frame of the other guy, but he hasn't got the weight to carry either. And he was brilliant, First Man, at the Gold Coast last start, coming from last. To run second to Dubawi's Girl.
She led, didn't she?
She led.
Control, and these boys came from back.
Oh, he must have still been giving her 6 or 7 lengths on straight. At least, maybe more.
Yeah, Barogaroo the same, yeah.
Yes, Barogaroo just to his inside. To the inside of the do a fight to get out.
Yep. There's
Actually, so his run was good as well. Yeah, I just thought
they're saying it's a very heavy horse. Should deliver. We've got a lot of stuff on that horse. The problem is 15. I don't know if that 15. I mean,
He knows his own strength, doesn't he?
they did not say much about 15, but
tempo's not there. Maybe he might make the tempo.
Yeah,
let's hope that the 15 doesn't do
Anyway, I'm
anything.
going 2, 1, 5, and 10. The other one I like is really money from Saman City. I think I want to be forgiving of his first run here for Jack when never on the track, so he could turn it around. All right, let's get to Anthony.
Yeah, start on Us 175, just back to 180. 175 was as short. In fact, 170 was as short as he got, but now back to 180. Still the most popular runner. $4.40 about First Man and $11 about Saman City. So Stars on Us very firm favourite for the second.
The last 600 of race one, Maxi, it was a 2,000 metre maiden, so let's not be just too judgmental. 37, and there was 25 lengths over the field.
We're going to won by 5, the Vinny Kieran, so we'll get a better guide here over the 1350.
Indeed. All right, last one loading. Here's David.
4 minor placings. Today, he's looking for his maiden victory. Line on, they're racing. Stars on Us out wide began in neutral. Apart from that, it was a good line out with plenty of early ones wanting the lead, including Sabila. Up there as well was the second favourite First Man. Saban City punching through. And Donny Tondo in those orange and purple colours will land fourth on the rail. Then Sunny Disposition, followed by Rippington. A few lengths away, Stars on Us. He's 3 wide now around Kujan. Over the inside was National Interest. A long way back, Barogaroo with Rotate and Malatru was last. Into the first bend, 800 left to run. Sabila took it up and tries to slow them down. Leads by 2 to Saban City in second. First man, 1.5 back third, 3/4, Donny Tondo. And then came Sunny Disposition, all Stars on Us. At this point, he's a victim of the gate, 3 wide, no cover, as they reached the 600 metres. Then came Barogaroo, matching onto the back of Stars on Us, followed by Rippington, Kujan, Malatru, National Interest and Rotate. That first 750 metres, though, was slow, 47 and 21. It's going to be a sprint home. Stars on Us about fourth of the bend, 3 off the lead. Sabila's shaken up, tackled by Saban City, and in turn tackled by First Man. It went past the lead pair. Stars on Us.
Come on, baby. Don't do this. Don't do this.
First Man with 100 metres to go led the way. Sunny Disposition after it, Gabley outrunning a race. Sunny Disposition
1-7. I think 1-7.
Stars on Us. Beaten again at the short odds. Then came National.
Played okay. The 7 came in second.
Followed by at the head of the others was Rotate well back with Rippington, Sabina and that bunch, then Malatru, and Kujan last time.
1-7.
Sunny Disposition.
And
He's,
what?
The winner of race 2 here at Doomben for Darren Bell at Deegan, and Bailey Wheeler has been able to get into the clear. Had a little bit of
No. Not 7.
time
1-2.
trying to get into the clear with big Stars on Us on the outside, but has been able to run down First Man. He ran a good race, didn't he, the little guy? He rode it beautifully there, Michael.
What happened?
He was resting him. He'd done no work, so got on his bike nice and early. He was there. Looked a big chance.
7-2?
150 out, but Sunny Disposition.
7-1.
His heels and has been able
Fish,
to
man.
waiting for the minor numbers. I think Stars on Us is there.
7-1.
Most of the way, and maybe Barogaroo.
I thought
The other one on the extreme outside. So just having a look
7.
at the closing stages again, and Sunny Disposition really lifted late. This mare by Justify. She ran well at the first start of Ballarat
1-10.
a year ago, and her 2 runs up here have been, well, nothing to write home to mum about. But a lot of gear changes today. Blinkers off, crossover on.
7 was the second horse pool, man.
Has been able to do the trick burn.
Yeah, all those gear changes. Great.
7-1-10. I said. So what happened is the 7 was the outer drift. That is supposed to be the second one. But today, what happened is probably this is what I think has happened is it's a 350. It's a 350 straight. So that is something that we need to consider. The heavier horses will have difficulties. But this is something that shouldn't have happened, but it did happen. The 2 was the next. And then 1. 7-1 and 10. The 15 did not kick in. That's okay. But the 10 did get in. The 10 was the 27 and 16. Ideally, the 12 should have gotten. The 12 did not get in. The one which is the 7 actually toppled things up. We'll go to the next. Huge scratchings in this race. I just hope we've done the right scratching. 3, 6, 5, and 18. One, two, three, 4, 5, 6, 7.
Come to Mel in just a moment. $1.35, so Hawk or Hall favourite here. The joys of live television. If only I could tell you what really happened. 5.50 Zucat, second elect, and third line of betting occupied by the way ahead. So Mel, there he is on screen, Hawk or Hall. So he's nice and short today. He hasn't raced since the 24th of October, and there he is on screen.
He looks a picture, doesn't he? He's a beautiful bodied horse. He's first up today off 3 trials. I loved his latest trial here. He travelled wide throughout. He wasn't asked to do a lot. He was able to win that trial by 5 lengths. It's well documented. He's a horse that could do things wrong. He wanted to do that on debut at Hawkesbury when he laid in badly over the final stages. So I do feel his best winning chance is just letting him travel on the bridle for as long as possible. He's got the right rider on board to do that with a beautiful soft gate today.
Number 2 is the way ahead for Matt Smith and Rachel King.
Yeah, she's a filly still learning her craft. She didn't get a chance to travel off the hot speed here on debut, and she just wanted to do a little bit wrong over the final stages, beaten 3.5 lengths. It surprised me that she didn't show as much speed because she showed blistering speed at the trials prior to her debut performance. So interested to see where she settles in running here today. She's much more settled in the yard.
The filly by Zoostar is on debut. Zucat for Kieran Marr and Ash Morgan.
I think this filly is the main danger to our short price favourite. She's on debut off that one trial at Kembla where she was beaten 1/2 length. She saddled up on top of the speed. She lengthened beautifully when she was asked for an effort. Lovely, relaxed filly in the yard. She's got her head down, not worried about a single thing. She's the main danger.
On to He's Cool. This is the local $11 hope track here by Mark Minavini, and Braith Knock takes 1.5 off.
Although he hasn't shown anything at all in his 3 career starts last preparation, he's had 2 trials this campaign and he's been placed in both of those. I really liked his latest trial here where he was held together down to the line. His trial suggests that he's come back a far better horse this preparation. He's got a beautiful 1.5 kilo claim today for Braith Knock, and just looking at him now, I remember him last campaign. He was a good horse to look at in the mounting yard, and he's even furnished more this preparation.
On a Sizzling Boy, a $20 chance, has run number 2 this preparation. Will Stanley rides from barrier 1 for Nicky Hodgson.
He's had a few chances to break his maiden. He got back from the wide gate here 3 weeks ago. I thought he made up good ground late to be beaten 3.5 lengths. I probably would have liked to have seen him step out in trip rather than remain at 900 metres, but he gets the inside gate today.
And Tampa Bay is the last of them, resuming from a break and a roper riding for Paul Perry.
Yeah, she's had 2 trials. She won her latest here in the Beaumont by a length. She travelled strongly up on top of the speed. She wasn't asked to do a lot. She hasn't shown anything race day, but if you like her off her current trial, that'd be good enough to be competitive here, and she's right up to the mark fitness-wise.
His favourite now into $1.22 with the NOP in Hawker Hall. $9 Zucat is out from $4.60. It's all one-way truck here. Of the others, He's Cool at 11, the way ahead is at 12, and the other pair, Sizzling Boy at 20s, and Tampa Bay down the bottom is 17 out to $21. So Hawker Hall with the 2 trials under the belt this prep after running 3rd. Being very green at Hawkesbury back in October. Looks to break through at his 2nd start, and he gets Colin to stand over him today. So that 140 now into $1.22 is the favourite. And we're about to head out to Mel. Danny Greer on track for Chris Lees today, and he's out there about to catch up with Melinda.
Well, Danny, this fellow is back at the races and he's trialled up well.
Yeah, he certainly has. All of his work back at home has been quite pleasing, and it's always good to kick off the preparation on his home track, and importantly, he's paraded really well today.
Now, he was accepted here at our last meeting. He didn't go around. He's had a tick-over trial in between. Was there any issue there?
No issues, just obviously trying to find the right race for him to resume in, and as I said, he's been quite pleasing in all his work, so take plenty of confidence today.
He did a little bit wrong on debut at Hawkesbury, wanting to lay in over the final stages. Just at the trials, he looks as though he hasn't been doing too much wrong.
Yeah, I think this time around he's certainly come back a lot more mature horse, and as I say, in all of his trials and all of his work, it's been quite pleasing and suggests that he's brought a better game today.
Race 7, Oakfield Prince. He was placed in the Wellington Cup last up.
Yeah, he's going really well. He's had a little freshen since that run, and it's always good to get Aaron Bullock back on board. He gets on really well with him.
One massive weight, but one thing I guess you can be confident is he loves getting his toe in.
Yeah, he certainly does, and he races well on his home track too.
Race 8, Road to Paradise. What did you make of her first up?
Look, it was an okay runner. I think she'll definitely improve from that, stepping up in distance, and we've thrown a set of blinkers on as well. So we expect to see a much better run today.
Good luck.
Thank you.
Here's Danny Greer for Chris Lees at Hawker Hall, $1.22 off to the start, Mel. They've taken the 140, now $1.22, a pronounced and emphatic favourite to say the least.
Yeah, he's found the right race, hasn't he? And he's just got to replicate what he's done at the trials, and he'll be awfully hard to beat. I must say it's the first time I've laid eyes on him, and he's a beautiful galloper to look at physically, beautiful bodied horse. He holds good natural condition, and I can see why they've elected to just give him a few trials, because I would think he takes a few runs to come to hand fitness-wise. So I've got him clearly on top, albeit very short in the market. Interested to see how Zucat goes. I really liked her trial at Kembla, where she was beaten half a length. She looks a real sensible filly, and I'm sure she'll be hitting the line late. The way ahead perhaps can improve here second up into the campaign. She's a horse still learning a craft, and the 4, He's Cool. I do remember him now last preparation. I've seen him debut at Taree. He was a horse that caught my eye in the mounting yard, and things didn't go right for him last preparation. His trial suggested he's come back a better horse this campaign. Whether he handles the heavy track, I'm not too sure, but he's a beautiful horse to look at physically. 1, 3, 2 and 4.
So it's jump and run, as the 900 metres typically are. What does Colin do on this favourite?
I think he just lets him bounce out, find his rhythm. He's a horse that's got good natural speed anyway. He was able to lead over 1,100 metres on debut at Hawkesbury. He drew in the middle that day, and he just found the front and raced greenly over the final stages. And in his trials, he's shown very good speed as well, as we mentioned earlier. One turn from the 900 metres. I think he'll just find himself in the first few and ride him like the best horse in the race.
The favourite, or the winner of the first impact zone, did probably exactly that. Just was a case of jump and run, and he did show a nice little turn of foot, particularly in that heavy going out there.
Yeah, he was always travelling comfortably, and then when Tom asked him to quicken at the top of the straight, he really lengthened nicely. He was a beautiful horse to look at, and he ran to his looks in the yard. So, yeah, he's probably a nice horse to follow into the future. The team have obviously got a good opinion of him, and it's important he gets a win on the board early on in his career.
You make a pretty salient point in relation to He's Cool. He has got something. He hasn't shown us anything, but he has got something.
Yeah, I really like him to look at. I don't know that he's probably run into a couple of smart ones here today. He's Cool, but like I said, he'd actually tried up okay prior to his debut run last preparation, and perhaps he just wasn't ready, because I remember him in the mounting yard. He got very above himself at Taree on debut, and perhaps he just wasn't ready, but he's a much better parade this preparation, albeit a little bit stirred up behind the barriers. His trial suggests he's come back a more focused horse this campaign.
Just looking at those at a price, we'll get the market in a moment. A bit of a nibble at a price sizzling boy on an each way basis.
Yeah, I just would like to have seen him step out over a little bit further, sizzling boy. Although he's had a few chances, I feel his best form is probably out over 1,000 metres. He made up good ground here over 900 metres 3 weeks ago, but probably finds a stronger race, and like I said, wants a little bit further.
Okay, they'll come up shortly. Let's go to Anthony to find out what's happening here. It looks like it is all one-way truck at the pointy end of the market here with Hawker Hall.
Yeah, indeed, Gav. 120 was the shortest price we bet, just back to 125. 135 when you did your preview, so yeah, he's very short. Zucat, massive drifter, was second favourite this morning. It's out to $10, and he's cool. It's now a $9 second favourite, but all the money is with the one. Final thoughts, Mel, Gav, before we go to Luke?
Yeah, it'll be jump and run, won't it? But you'll just get the feeling that given he was a bit green on debut, this favourite, that probably Collett goes on just to stand over him, perhaps a touch.
Well, actually, I see it a little bit differently. Yes, I do. I think horses that can hang and do things wrong, quite often, sometimes, the less you do, the better. And I just feel that Max Force rode him in his latest trial, and he just held him together. And he probably didn't beat a lot in the trial, but he just let him travel under his own steam, and he did everything right. I'm just wondering if he's a horse that the more you try and stand over him, whether he does things wrong. I don't know what his characteristics are like at home, but he's done everything right in the trials when being just held together.
Well, some boys just don't like being told what to do. Is that what you're sort of intimating there?
Maybe.
Perhaps. I think you were. Upstairs we go. Here's race number 2 as we go to Luke.
Rated in a better fashion here this afternoon, and he's a bit more experienced now, and he's racing at home, so he gets a nice opportunity. He's drawing a low gate, so he's probably going to get the rail to follow too, which will help him. It's pretty short here. He's cool, about to move up, and we won't be far away from seeing some action in the second of the day. Favourite about to walk forward, Jason Collett. Brings him up into the starting stalls, the way ahead to move up as well. So last two coming in now. Zucat is joining them. 125, number 1, Hawker Hall for race 2 here at Newcastle. Way ahead goes in. Set for action. Ready. Barrier 1, Sizzling Boy just bouncing around. Still moving in gate 1. Off and racing now, and Hawker Hall got a nice start. He's pushing up to look for the lead. The way ahead's to his outside, and Hawker Hall's going to drive through, and he'll take the lead. From the way ahead, 2 lengths away was He's Cool, Zucat, Sizzling Boy, and Tampa Bay. So Hawker Hall coming up to the 500 metres, travels well in front. He's got the way ahead being pushed along in second spot here on straightening, and they're about 5 in front of the others, headed by Zucat. Hawker Hall being cuddled here by Collett. Early in the straight, he's got a nice hold on him, about to let his head go. He's 3 lengths in front of the way ahead, boxing on. The rest just doing their best. He's Cool, and to the outside, Tampa Bay is a place chance. 100 metres to go. Hawker Hall is out in front. He's just hands and heels on him is Collett, and he's going to get the job done here. Hawker Hall's too good. Never really looked in any danger, and he salutes nicely from He's Cool. Third across the post, Tampa Bay making some ground from last. Fourth is between Zucat, Sizzling Boy, and the way ahead who...
This is the third one. I'm going to be out of it. It's 3, 6, 5, and 18. 3 is the favorite. 3 is basically an EW, but it has management, and first of all, it's a mixed sex. Now, if we look through the rails, then the 19 that is probably the best horse. 3 is the favorite. 3 and 14 has pressure. 3 and 14 has pressure. The 14 is the largest outer drift. The 14 is the only horse that has some numbers. It has been to a league race. There's nothing much in this one. I am not going to get involved with this. The 3 is the favorite. The 3 is is an EW. The 3 will get in, but will it win is, I don't have a clarity on that. These two are probably the best. These two have the pressure. The rest, everything is absurd. We don't know what they're capable of doing. There are no races. The 19 is probably the best horse according to how things are calculating here. But will that 19 do anything, or the 13 or the 3 will win is something I am not sure. This is 3, 5, 6, 18. They do not have the 14 and the 19 within the odds.
After finishing third at Hawkesbury on debut, 2 trials after a break, and he come, as I say, that was a one-act affair.
Good to see you didn't need standing over.
We're still learning, and I think Colin's experience was certainly very advantageous to have in that previous race. And he's just unsaddling Melon. He'll make his way over to see what he made of that, and indeed how that truck is out there today. Still at a heavy 8, 1, 4, 8, 3. The numbers, Jason Colin is about to catch up with Melinda.
Well done, Jace. He put that to bed pretty quickly.
He did, yeah. He's a very quick horse. He's quite bold. There's probably more improvement there to come too. He didn't have a lot left in the tack late. Don't know if he's overly comfortable on the ground. I sort of stuck to the fence because he's not a big fan of coming off it.
Yeah, he's obviously a horse that can lay in over the final stages, but it looked as though that because he wasn't under pressure, he did everything right. You were able to just keep him hands and heels.
Yeah, just flowing nicely. Didn't want to fight him. Give him a good experience today, and hopefully that'll help him going forward, where it's not such as things went wrong first up. Today was a better experience for him.
How's the track feel?
Yes, 7. There's a nice tailwind in the straight, so that's obviously aiding to these times early, but we'll get back onto the circuit now. Thanks.
There's Jason Colin taking up the second event on the program. So 1, 4, 8, 3 after race number 2.
Okay, thank you, Gav. Easy work for Hawker Hall. That was how he was expected to win when he was that short, and he gets the job done. 120 about the winner. He's called Tampa Bay. 1, 4, 8, and 3. Okay, let's leave it there. We'll be heading to Doomben next. Doomben the third, we've got a Kidder's 2-year-old, and Walk On is the favourite, 230. Meet George 7, Hestress 340. Cut the second favourite, Shortcut 650, and Corey 650. Let's get to Bernie and Maxie. They'll talk through them.
Welcome back to Doomben for race 3 on the card. This one for the 2-year-olds under handicap conditions over 1,110 metres. First horse to look at is the favourite. This is Walk On Maxie, who is trained by Kelly Schweeder, whom has 2 runners in this race. CJ Graham to ride today from Barrier 1.
Yeah, he was so impressive, this guy, winning a trial at Deagon in very, very smart time for a 2-year-old. And he blitzed them. I don't know if there's been much come out of that trial as yet, but he came to the races here on that Friday meeting. It was a heavy 9 and he was expected to win. Something happened in the gates. Did you have a look at that? He might have slipped or something, the general opinion is.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I think he was slow to move though.
Yeah,
And when he did, he may have slipped.
Yeah.
Either way, he hit the ground, he was sort of out the back. And then he just proceeded to bolt.
yeah. So it wasn't a good experience.
No.
I'm just thinking, that's what you're banking on. We know he's got ability. I know Kelly likes him with his ability. But, how much did that go against him, that experience that day? Anyway, he's got Barrier 1 here, hoping everything goes right for him. And we see the real Guap Bond because he's talented.
He's out of avocado, Maxie.
Yeah. She's been a good broodmare. She has.
He has.
Yep.
His stablemate is the 5, Quarry Man. He gets a tongue tie today, Noel Keller.
Well, he's been very professional in his 2 trials. He's a nice, neat, medium-sized horse. I thought his trial with his stablemate, Brutal Glory, was good. They settled 1-2. They had their own trial and they didn't exert themselves at all. But we'll see him unveiled today under a bit of pressure. But he's got a nice gait. He's got Noel Caddo to perhaps park him into the box seat. So no real support for him. But I like what I saw in that Doomben trial.
Rupestris is the 6 here. Was the early favourite at one stage. Matty Dunn, Andrew Million.
He's a colt by Kingman, and he's had 2 trials. I marked both of them okay. He won a trial at Bow Desert. He led. He wasn't pressured. He wasn't asked. In fact, I don't think any horse in that was actually trying. It was just education. Time was slow. But he's drawn a nice barrier, and I think Matt Dunn's got a bit of an opinion on it.
Title point, Jill Heinrich, Jake Bayless.
Yeah, I was just thinking that Title Point just might learn with the experience under the belt, the filly by Blue Point.
Egyptian Goddess, Mike Duplessis, rides for Ryan too.
Yeah, well, she's had a bee in a bonnet with the last 2. She's just taken off on the rider. Earmuffs in the race today for the first time, hopefully to calm her. The visor's been removed as well. Look, she's got some ability. You couldn't have her on those 2 runs back.
Shortcut's a nice type, Matty Dunn, Andrew Jones.
Yeah, filly by King's Legacy. She was very impressive in her 2 trials as well, both at Bow Desert. She wasn't extended in either of them. The latest, she was beaten a whisker by Statement of Truth and Cal Da Vinci. Both of those horses that finished with her have raced well in Maiden, so I think she's got a chance here, finishing top 3.
And Nick George is the 19 from the Desley Forster stable.
Well, he's at a prep, so some of these, are pretty new, but he's at the prep, and it was good that trial that he had the other day. He was sort of made to do it.
Yeah, he's the full brother to George. George's trial. Yeah, full brother to him.
Oh, yep. Yeah, well, Better Than Ready, She Can Command, bred by Christine and Norm, Maiden.
That's right.
And yeah, the trial was good because the rider sort of wanted to give him a good education, and he got up by a slender margin, but he'll know exactly what to do today, and he's had a bit of experience at that first prep.
All right, walk on 230 to 245. His stablemate Quarry, who we're both tipping, has been 17 to 5.50. Rupestrous has been 3.40 to 4.20, back into $4. Then you've got to go down the bottom, Maxi Shortcut, $6.50, and Meat Joy, $7. So 12 scratching, 7 runners.
Yeah, a few of the fillies scratched here and there. They tried their luck Saturday at Eagle Farm and the Cutaway Gal. I liked Coolatar Queen actually this race today, had she gone to post, but they scratched her. From a good game today, she came up with an outside gate on Saturday. So, it's just the luck of the draw racing, isn't it? But I'm like you, I'm with this fellow here. Just everything he does, is in his stride.
Yeah.
He's gelding, he's been gelding, he's a US Navy flag, and I just like what I've seen with him at the trials. He's a bit of a pro, and Noel Callow rides him. He's got a tongue tie on his first start. I just thought maybe we could play him. I only paid 2 totes with 7 runners, but
It's a great demeanour.
he gets a good chance to redeem himself today. And he's held in the market. He touched 250. He's back to 240. Then I've got Matt Dunn's horses in. I've got the filly in for third, Shortcut. And then Rupestrous has been a little bit weak in the market for fourth.
Yeah. 5, 3, 18 and 6. 9, 5, 6, 3 and 18. So no difference. So let's get to Anthony Mansion for a market update.
Okay, let's have a look here then, Bernie, for race number 3 with a 230 about walk-on. Hasn't really changed much throughout betting, 240.
As that 5 Doomben has
Rupestrous has been
the
easy
best
up to 4
jockey,
hands
it's in the
with
best
340 when we
hands.
started to preview. Then we've got Quarryman.
If the horse runs, then
650, Meat George 750. So walk-on actually touched 240 back to 230.
you might have it.
It's the most popular. Final thoughts, Bernie, Maxi?
Well, we're anticipating 2 scenarios here. One where Guacon jumps well and is probably, I presume, Maxi going to take up one of the leading spots, because I feel as though Rupestrous' trials have been leisurely. He's been reasonably close to the lead, but they've been leisurely run. Whereas Guacon in his trial, he was sort of ripping along a bit.
Yeah, the Egyptian Goddess is the interesting runner.
This is a tricky one. They've scratched so many horses, and now
She
if
jumps and charges.
they have changed the gate numbers and all that, God knows what they've done. I
With a lot of gear changes
don't know.
to get her relaxed a little bit. She's drawn a bit awkwardly here.
This is a very tricky one.
gonna be-
Plus, it's a maiden. It's best to stay out.
Maybe Guacon if he jumps.
We've got a few good races today here.
What does Meat George do? He led at 1200, but he's towards the outside.
I think Quarryman Callow looks to box seat.
I think he just gets a perfect run, and if the other guy doesn't jump well, maybe he's in front of him. Walk on.
There's a lot hinging on what Guacon does.
Isn't there? I'm intrigued. Let's get up to David Fowler for the call of race 3.
Because anything that could go wrong did go wrong here at its first start. As you saw his trial at Deegan, they're happy to be with him again today. The market shows us that. The trialling was good at last time. Today, in fact, on a better surface with a better barrier. Sure Connections are hoping for a better result. Here, Rupestrous will fight for favouritism this morning, but Rupestrous has now become very weak in the market. Quarryman, there's some support there. Shortcut stays solid. Meat George is getting
5 and 18.
We're just waiting on Quarryman, who's also trained by Kelly Schwitter. Kelly prepares block on. So
Lewis 19 is hands down the best horse.
starts
That
the racing campaign today. Trial well,
should-
been a good time and it's been gelded.
will work. I don't know which direction it will go.
Quarryman goes into the
We're
one
talking about-
colours.
This one is a very
Vermilion Kieran won the
strong favourite. The 3.
$3.
But the 14, they've not even considered. I'm sure they have reasons not to consider 14. They said it's a very angry horse.
The rider. Sprawl to start off the outside gate in the debut run and then race very easily. Let's see what happens today. It's about to unfold as the red light is turned on. Field of 7 contesting this race. Racing Walk on off the inside again. Well, just give it a squeeze by CJ Graham to go through and
14 did not
in
run.
front. Third away Quarryman, Repestrous will land fourth, then Title Point. A couple of lengths away came Shortcut.
14 did not
Egyptian Goddess
run.
must have blown the start. It's about 8 lengths away last. Down the side, Beach George outside of Walk-On, giving it no peace. That allows Quarryman in third, Repestrous in fourth to secure
Bad start from the gate.
as they follow that
for
lead.
14.
Although the pace just seems to have slackened now. The next pair Shortcut outside of Title Point and still that healthy margin to Egyptian Goddess. Coming up to the turn now, 400 left to Rana, and Walk On racing more attractively today. Will straighten in front narrowly from Beat George on the outside. Quarryman pulled to the outside. Repestrous looking for a Rana, and Shortcut starts to put in strongly as well. Walk On the inside, and Beat George the outside are going stride for stride. Carolyn Douglas can't reach it. Title Point making some ground. On the inside, Walk On. There's something in the locker with the favourite. It beats off Beat George now. Walk On in front, yes. Walk On first.
3, 19 and 18.
Third, then Title Point Repestrous, followed by Egyptian Goddess. Quarryman dropped out and ran last in 1:6:42.
So Guacon is the winner, beating Meet George, and they settled 1-2. They got each other over racing a little bit early. Shortcut has run on strongly from quite a few lengths off them at the top of the straight, so she was certainly eye-catching there for the future.
12.
And then we have Title Point and Repestrous. Well, what happened to Egyptian Goddess there? She's usually high-flying in front, but she may have missed the kick. We might have a look at the start when we get a chance, but this is what most people were expecting this guy to do in his first start. We've spoken a lot about what occurred. It was this course of distance back on that Friday meeting on the 4th of April. Didn't jump that well today. There were a couple faster out, but he had the inside barrier, and CJ had to rev him a little bit. Just got him racing with Meet George, but the right result today. So hopefully Paddock stuck solid with him. Guac On beating Meet George, and third going to Shortcut. We might get an opportunity to have a look at the start there with Egyptian Goddess. I think she came out of gate number 5 in that field of only 7. They've been trying to get her to relax a little bit in her races. And first thing I noticed was she was 2 or 3 lengths behind the second last horse. But Guac On Bernie has
3, 19, 18, 12 was her.
by Zusane from a very talented mare called Avocado, who in turn is by Schnitzel.
Alrighty, let's have a chat to Winners trainer Kelly Schweeder. You a guacamole fan?
Yeah,
Mexican?
yeah, for sure.
Beans?
No, I like Cal. Yeah, that was a bit worrying actually. We still don't know what to do. I thought she was going to run past him, but then it sort of took off again. It's a cold stroke.
Yeah, it looks as though he's very dominant and headstrong. What's he like at home?
No, the track work is very, very, very like that. He can pull a bit, and he just whether he stays a cold, I'm not sure, but I'm not convinced on these soft tracks from me, but
Does have that look in his eye, even in the yard.
yeah, but I mean, looking at the times, it's probably, I think it's probably maybe worse than a soft 6, but look, we'll take the win. It's only his second start, the disaster last
No, 5. 5 was the best jockey there.
I just want a little bit more time to cope with all this, everything that's happening.
5 was the best jockey. They were also the best hands, but it's a maiden race, Azhar.
But look, we'll take the win. It's good to sort of get that bad experience out of there the other day. And I've got to thank Stewards. We went in there, they were going to make us trial, and then they discussed it for a while. And I said, well, trial sort of, he'd jump in a trial and do nothing. So they put a warning on him. They showed a bit of common sense and it paid out.
Yeah, I think it's more of a mental thing for him. He has sort of, even now, he has a bit of a worried look on his face. I think just racing experience, he'll come good.
That's me.
That's you. He's got that from his trainer, has he?
But look, I mean, I thought he was just going to give up about the 200, but then he took off again. And I know that horse is in trial and all of that, so they've got a bit of. But look, we'll proceed and see how he pulls up. But no, it's good to get a win.
Good on you, Cal.
Thank you.
All right, 3, 19, 18 and 12. Anthony?
Okay, thank you, Bernie. So number 3, Guac on, the favourite, got into 220 right at the end, so was heavily back there late. Caught his first win from start number 2, the son of Zoo Sane. Avocado is the dam, hence where he gets his name, Guac on. 3, 19, 18 and 12. Let's leave it there. Newcastle up next. Let's have a look at their third. Be hitting there shortly. El Paso 290 from Tommy Thug, and there's been good support for Okara Mia 460. Okay, they're in the yard. Let's get to Gab and Mel.
Anthony, thank you. Maiden plate coming up here. This is over the 1,850 metres. And we'll start with number 1 here, and that is Mickey Vane. A $51 chance. Having start number 3, Ross McConville, combining with Will Stanley.
He's in his first racing preparation. He hasn't shown a lot in his both career starts. He was beaten 8 lengths last start at Goulburn, and he steps up to the 1850 here today with the 3 kilo claim for Kariah Keatings, which will certainly... Oh.
Will Stanley, yeah.
Apologies.
You're right.
Which will definitely help him, but he'd still need to improve a fair bit to be a winning chance here today.
Tommy Thug is at 3:30 in from a 4:40 quote earlier for Kieran Maher and Jason Collins.
He's in his first racing campaign for Kieran Maher. He's placed 2 from 3 this preparation. He really hasn't had a lot of luck this campaign. He probably should have won here first up. He's been caught wide his past 2. He's drawn nicely here today. Although he's had a stack of chances to break his maiden, I think he's ready to do something here today, and he's found the right race.
On to Chief of Staff, who improved the other day at Wyoming, I think it was, Chris Waller and Karen McAvoy.
He was the horse I thought probably had the upside. I was surprised to see the drift in the market for him when we're doing our preview. He found the 1,400 metres too sharp on debut. He stepped to the mile at Wyong last start. He found the line strongly into second position behind Darn Cute. He's at the peak of his condition now, third up into the preparation, up to the 1850. He looks nice and bright in the eye, and I'm surprised at the price of him.
Now, here is the present favourite, El Paso, with the blinkers going on for the first time. Winkers come off for the Hawks family and Dylan Gibbons.
Yeah, I really liked his run first up on the Kensington track. It was a 6 sprint style race, just didn't suit him. He got back, took him a little while to balance up, but he was strong through the line. I was really keen on him here last start. Nothing went right. He was beaten 3 lengths, but he was shuffled back at a vital stage. He wasn't able to get momentum when he really needed it. He comes out of the same race as Tommy Thug. He was beaten a touch over 3 lengths on that occasion. Wouldn't surprise me to see him win here.
Big odds, the So You Ready number 5 for Kristen Buchanan and Jay Ford.
He's a beautiful gelding. He looks like he'll take a few races to come to hand physically. I've seen him first up at Port Macquarie, where he was beaten 3.5 lengths. The extra distance will certainly suit his chance. I'm happy just to watch him though today.
Somebody Buster is in the market from Scone for Scott Singleton and Mitch Stapleford.
I like the way he's going this preparation in his first racing campaign. He traced home strongly into 3rd position last start here behind Sisu Spirit. I think the extra distance is exactly what he's looking for. The claims are bonus. Mitch knows him very well, and he'll roll forward from the gate. He's parading equally as good as what I've seen him here last start. And although I don't have him in the mix, it wouldn't surprise me to see him run well.
On to number 7 we go, or Denzia, having run number 4 this prep, the Kerry Parker and Jeff Benza.
She was a runner-up first up at Kemlar, but she's been very plain her last few starts. She has been placed on heavy ground in the past, so she'll definitely handle this track. I just haven't got her in the mix.
$14 is number 8 for John Sargent and Keegan Latham.
She's a lightly raced mare. She's been placed in both runs this preparation. I thought she tried hard into 3rd position last start at Wyong, beaten 2.5 lengths. They've got the option to settle closer in running with her here today, and I think they'll utilise the inside barrier. She's a definite place chance.
And the filly down the bottom has been well backed, as Anthony said, since markets open, and that is Cara Mia. For Ed Cummings and Zach Waddick.
Yeah, I don't have her in the mix, but if you could take her off a last start effort, you could definitely include her. She's had one run for the new stable where she was narrowly beaten in a maiden there at Hawkesbury. The step up to distance is definitely more to her liking. The claim helps. So if you like her off that first up run, there's definitely nothing wrong with her in the mounting yard.
Okay, 6 minutes out. We've got a new favourite, Tommy Thug, into $3 from $4.40. Has displaced El Paso at the top of betting. He was at $3.20. at the moment.
Claire, this fellow, he's only in his first racing preparation, but the stable must have been pleased the improvement he made last start when stepping up in trip.
Yeah, it was a good run. Jason really got probably the best out of him on the day, but I don't think Wyong was really a suitable track for him. So today with the big straight, Kieran's instructions are to sort of go forward. If he can't lead, to sit in behind and just give him every opportunity.
How's he come through that run at Wyong last start?
Yeah, he looks great. He's very relaxed down there. He's quite chilled out, easy to saddle up. So, no, it's good.
Gavin and myself are looking forward to seeing your other runner back at the races, Mignonette. She goes around a little bit later in race 4.
Yeah, she's a lovely filly and got a lot to do with her mother, Catkins. So, yeah, she's very much like her mother. Hopefully she's got the same sort of ability her mother had. But, yeah, no, she's lovely, nice and relaxed down there. So she should be a good chance.
Yeah, she only had one run last preparation and she was ridden quietly, but the team must have been really happy with the way she found the line here on debut.
Yeah, it was a lovely start off for her. So hopefully today we can go one better.
Do you think she's come back a little more switched on this preparation?
She's definitely come back a lot stronger. She's sort of filled into herself. She's probably still got a little bit more growing to go. But she's quite a solid filly, just like her mum. So hopefully today she'll handle the wet track, which I'm pretty sure she will.
And where do you see her settling and running? Because she showed speed in her latest trial.
Yes, probably. I haven't actually checked the instructions where she's going to sit in the field, but I would say that she'll probably, sort of sit in midfield.
Good luck.
Thank you.
There's Clay Houston for Chris Waller. Chief of Staff, $12 chance as they head to the gates. About $10 with the big sides. Now out to 12 as that market update. So the Tommy Thug and also a Cara Mia have been clearly best back, and they are prepared to let you on with El Paso. So 3 minutes out from race 3. Over to you, Mel, late mail time.
Well, these staying races are always difficult. I am 2, 4, 3 and 8. I'm tipping our favourite, and our favourite, Tommy Thug. Although he's had 11 goes to break his maiden, I've just been watching him with each run this preparation and nothing's gone right. We've seen him in his first up, he was held up back towards the inside, beaten half a length. He definitely should have won. He went to Hawkesbury second up where he was caught off the track. And then likewise here last start. So soft barrier and then 2 of his career placings have been on heavy ground, gives you confidence that he'll relish this track here today. El Paso, wouldn't surprise me to see him win. He had no luck here in the same race as Tommy Thug last start. He was hemmed away back towards the ruck. He just couldn't get momentum when he really needed it. Prior to that, he was very good behind Meridiana on the Kensington track in a race that really didn't suit him. So I really think that's the right form line. 3 Chief of Staff, I was surprised to see the drift with him. He's out to $12. He's a lightly raced horse. He's been improving each time he steps out. You'd think the big track and the extra distance will only enhance his chances. I mean, he's only beaten 2 lengths last start at Wyong into second position, and then I've included the 8, which is Can't Fail. Thought she could utilise the soft barrier and settle closer in running. 2, 4, 3 and 8, and I've left the 9 out, which you said's been well.
What did you make of the money horse down the bottom of Cara Mia?
Look, she's only in her second racing preparation, and last campaign we didn't see the best of her, I will say, until she got out to the 1850, which she gets to a lot quicker this preparation. It took her 4 runs last campaign to get out to that trip, but they've stepped her straight up to the 1800, second up into the campaign, and her first up run was very encouraging. So perhaps I've overlooked
Newcastle
her
4.
with the plate today.
Okay, let's find out what's happening with this market, Anthony. So here on track, Tommy Thug at favourite has been best tried, along with Cara Mia, and they're prepared to let you on El Paso. What's happening with Tab?
El Paso out to $3. Tommy Thug $3.10. So he's been the biggest firmer. And Cara Mia, they just continue to just chip away at this. As I mentioned earlier, when you did your preview, was well back from longer odds. And again, continues to see good money. It's now tickled into $3.70. El Paso just went $3 to $3.50 in one jump. So that's pretty severe. And Tommy Thug's your new favourite, $2.90. So they're backing 2 and 9. And El Paso, he's on the drift big time. It's a good shot of Luke Marlowe as they load. Let's head to him for the 3rd.
And he's the first horse up with Can't Fail, and also Audenzia are about to get ready. Cara Mia to join them as well. El Paso to come along, currently clinging to second favouritism. Been a bit soft in the market here. It comes now Chief of Staff. So $3 Tommy Thug, $3.50 El Paso. Caramia, $3.80 as these runners continue to fill the barrier stalls. So last few horses come in. The 1850 metres. Suddenly busted to walk up and they'll be separated. It's nice and white here. Field ready. Red light turned on. They bound out of the gates. They're off and racing now. And Can't Fail the inside was away well. Tommy Thug, the well-back favourite. He's going to settle about midfield here as it's nice and keen up front. Charging across from out wide is Southerly Buster. And Southerly Buster at the miles going to lead eventually, but spending a bit of gas to get there. Chief of Staff prominent. Working forward, Ordenzia the outside to go to second. Can't Fail is fourth. Being followed
Adam 946 exactly.
So you ready? El Paso passed on the inside by Okara Mia. Down the back straight they go. 1,300 metres to run, and Southerly Buster leads by 3/4 of a length on Ordenzia second. Third the inside Can't Fail, and Chief of Staff is racing fourth. 2 lengths to Tommy Thug. He's fifth on the inside. 1,100 metres to go. Trailed by Mickey Vane, Okara Mia. Second to last is So You Ready, and El Paso can see them all. They're turning off the back straight now. 950 metres left to go. Front runner is Southerly Buster. Southerly Buster looking to try and slacken. Leads by half a length Ordenzia. Can't Fail third the inside. Then Chief of Staff, which has enjoyed a good run in the race. 2 lengths Tommy Thug. Covered up by Mickey Vane. Next in the run as they spin was El Paso taking off. He gets going 3 and 4 wide and starts to make up a few lengths here before the turn. Next in the run was So You Ready, and Okara Mia had to wait. Is now getting mobile, coming up to the 450 metres. Wall of runners here. El Paso's made a circling move, and he moves up on the outside to head Southerly Buster, Chief of Staff. Then Can't Fail. Okara Mia's running on, but El Paso's hit the lead. 275 to run. Okara Mia's gone to second. Then Chief of Staff. Further back was So You Ready, but with 125 to run. El Paso in the blinkers. He's woken up. He's 2 lengths Okara Mia, which tries hard, but El Paso, Gibbons got going, and El Paso was up
4 and 9. Arman.
The third, Mickey Vane, Chief of Staff, Can't Fail. Then So You Ready.
Hazard 4. Congratulations.
With the favourite Tommy Thug, he's just canted across the line.
He got him up, got him mobile, got him moving, and had him right there to strike on the home corner to Dylan Gibbons for the Hawks family on El Paso. He gave him a real liven up down the straight to keep his mind on the job and quickly put the race to bed. A good win from last, circling the field, 390 and 150. Okara Mia, whom they backed, ran second. And Mickey Vane and any old odds will wind up in third spot, putting some spice into the exotics. And Chief of Staff winds up in fourth. That was a big win from the back bell.
Yeah, he'd been promising to do that, hadn't he? And it was just a race panned out perfectly for him. He was taken back. He was able to gain momentum when he needed to, unlike here last start when he was hemmed away back towards the inside.
Right. So we'll take a look at the fourth one. If we look through the odds, it's 5, 2, 7, and 8. 5 is the favorite. If we look through the rails, 5 is here. Now, that 8 has 6 league races. And it actually got placed in 1. That's the EW. That's the smallest one. Now, it's got the best jockey as well. The 8 has got the best jockey as well. So that's that. And it's got the rails, it's got everything, and that's how it looks. 5 Honestly speaking, it's the favorite, but the problem is this race is going to go either with 6 with the highest pressure or with 8. There's nothing in between. The 5 is there, but this is the largest drift, okay? And the problem is that the drifts generally do not work with the neutrals. When there's a neutral, neutrals generally do not win, but they do get into places. So that 6 and 9 there, 4 and 3. 8 is gate number 7. So there is a strong chance that this will go to either, this is 0 pressure on this, but I don't know what that is. So either it will go to 8, 7, because there's no pressure. And that's one way of looking at it. This thing has, I mean, this is multiple times things have backfired, and I tried to ignore the fact that the league races will not matter, but that's a big one. Getting qualified into any of the league races itself is a big thing. So this thing is like that. It is either 8 or it is 6. 8 is within the odds. It's the second one, fourth one, I think. It's the fourth one. 5, I have doubts. It's in good hands, but it doesn't fit any bill. With that pressure, it doesn't fit any bill. It's either here with 6 with the pressure line. We've got some strong indication on that. If this happens, then the 9 gets in. 2 of the handicapped ones. But here, this might not be the case, because there's a lot of advantage on this horse. There's a lot of advantage on 8. 5 is in between. 5 is in between. It'll probably get a place somewhere, somehow. But winning looks quite difficult. Winning looks quite difficult. There's a lot of maturity on this horse. There's a lot of maturity on this horse, number 8. It's well managed. It's got 6 races, and there's literally no pressure on this horse, with one of the best jockeys on it. So we'll take a look at 5, 6, 9 and 8. If it goes with the pressure line, it's 6. It is 6. The thing is, the indication that we get is this is a heavier horse, but this is a lighter horse. Free play Skillong. Geelong, sorry.
Okay, Doomben race 4 in the yard. Texas Fireball is your favourite from Express Payment. Smart. Let's get the Bernie and Maxi.
Texas Fireball, your favourite here for race 4 at Doomben in this benchmark 68 handicap over the mile and 60. 310. Good money.
I've seen that, Araman, the
380. Let's take a look at Express Payment. Maxi is a good last start winner, beating Pachini Dream. It's trained by Rob Heath.
I don't know about the 3. It's got league races too, but it's in a bad state.
The Cheapy Dream was coming home strongly there, but it's got a good win. And we've seen him do that a couple of times around these distances, around the mile. So this looks an ideal stepping stone for him.
First innings is number 3 from the Chris Wallace stable. Damien Thorpe.
That 2 has a dedicated jockey, by the way.
Around about this time last year.
That 2 has a dedicated jockey.
Feature 3-year-old starting races. Hasn't done anything since. He really needs to improve. He was pretty much eased up the other day here at Doomben, and the jockey said he just didn't handle the track conditions. So just watching today.
He was pulled up another time, actually, wasn't he, at Rose Hill?
I think he had cardiac arrhythmia that day. So, yeah, we're just sort of guessing a little bit with him at the moment.
Yeah. Genetic Freak makes it number 4 captain in Emily Lane.
It's a good name.
It's shocking, isn't it?
No, I think it's a good
It's out of granddaughter.
Oh, okay. Oh, okay. Last couple of runs have been quite good behind Hayoka, and latest behind Quack. His back came wide and ran on really well, so I think he's in good form. Blinkers are back on him again today.
Here's the beautiful grey Texas Fireball, and your favourite, Matt Dunn, Andrew Mellion.
I think he deserves to be favourite, the Greys. Last couple of starts have been on Saturday. He ran well this course of distance last time. Went third behind on Saturday, and that was like about 6 weeks between runs. And as you can see, he's a big sort of heavy horse, isn't he? So I think this is ideal for him today, stepping it up to 1660 after a good return over the 1350 last time.
Smart is number 7. Jaden Lloyd rides for Renita Beaton.
We look at Feather
Oh,
Top. Yeah.
I'm sorry, Maxie. That's my tip. Feathertop, yes. That's Matt Dunn's other runner, Jake Barnes.
Yes, last prep, she was a winner over this course and distance, beating Sambano, and just the one run back, and was eye-catching, really hit the line hard in that race won by Antonito. It wasn't a very heavy track, so a little bit of ease in the track today is certainly going to help Feathertop.
I guess the problem is where she's going to end up in the run. Is she going to be last? I mean, I'm assuming that's why Express Payment is such a firm here, is that he's the likely leader.
Yeah, he puts himself forward, whereas at the top, we're used to seeing her languishing out the back and quiet.
Smart, Renita Beaton, Jaden Lloyd.
He's been good, this fellow. Stiff 2 starts ago here over this distance, 1640. Any clear running just about wins. And then got onto a very heavy track at that Friday meeting here and was third behind Waverley. It was a no-tempo race. It was half held up. Don't think we relished the track conditions. This is much more suitable today for the 7.
Here Cam's been back to the trials since we saw him last. Ryan Maloney rides for Chris Waller.
Just to keep him ticking over because he hasn't raced since March, but he was very fit back then. He'd raced over 2140 metres at Warwick Farm. Look, he's only won the 1 from 25, but he's always lurking around. So if he ran on and got a place, it wouldn't be a surprise.
Yellow Hammer is here from the Peter Sinclair stable with Mark Duplessis.
Yeah, up from Willumbar, the track conditions, given the ground, a soft 5 is just what the doctor ordered for this mare, and she's fully fit today and gets a nice soft run.
Gracie Blue's a big price, Danny McGraw, Ron Stewart.
Hard to recommend Gracie Blue.
And Step on Fire, also a big price, but a tiny bit of a firm there, Maxi, George Steek and Stacey.
Not today.
Alrighty, that is how they looked in the yard. Texas Fireball, slightly easy, 280 to 340, now back into 330, so that's positive, Maxine. Express Payment's been on the inward trail, 440 to 380. Kira Can, solid. What else are we looking at here other than the roughy? Smart in half a point to $5 and Feathertop hovering around that $8.
Yeah, I'm sure it's the speed map that's got Express Payments. getting a lot of it. Myra's been up on the pace, but I think pound for pound, Texas Fireball has raced in.
Look at that shot, Maxie. Is that not the most gorgeous horse ever, cantering to the barriers?
Yeah. The hedge in the background.
Beautiful.
We could be at the Curragh.
Yes. Could be at the Ekka.
Well, I'm hoping he doesn't have to get out of a canter or a trot there to win this race.
Yeah.
I just think his form is a little bit stronger than Express Payment, but it's positioning. And I don't think he can settle in the first half dozen from that pretty good draw.
As that Doomben 5.
Sorted out, and I'm happy to go with him. Clearly, I've got him on top of 5, over the 7, Smart as Smart. Number 2, Express Payments, 6, Feather Top. And Yellowhammer, I thought, gets a nice soft run here and will enjoy a little bit of ease in the track today.
Yeah, I think we've got the same numbers, 5, 7, 2 and 6. I've got 6 on top, but concede if they walk up front, she's probably got none. But she does seem to save the best for Doomben, Feather Top, so playing her to beat Express Payment 5, Texas Fireball, with a great canter to the gate, wasn't it? It's just stunning. And Smart as Smart. I almost swapped Smart as Smart because I do feel as though he has been the unlucky one of this lot. Certainly, comes out a walking race last start when that sprint went on, it made it impossible for him. And he didn't get much luck behind the leader-dominated Smart Legend 2 starts ago. So I feel like he is deserving of a change in luck. He's going well. Smart as Smart, solid at $5. Let's get to him.
Yeah, let's have a look at this market then. Race number 4 and 340 Texas Fireball. What did he bottom out at? He got to about 320 earlier today, back to 340. Express Payment 370, getting closer together all the time, those two. Smarter Smart 480, Kirakan $6, and Feather Top's a $10 chance. So Texas Fireball's going to run favourite, but there is late support for Express Payment. As I said, the longer this goes, the closer they get together in betting. Final thoughts, Bernie, Maxie, before they load?
Yeah, thanks, Anthony. Well, I do think Express Payment possibly looks our leader here, Maxie. We have seen Genetic Freak lead over 1,700 some time ago. And it's obviously been 4 or 5 starts since he's got back to this trip. So he could be one that presses forward as well.
Yeah, but there's no doubt Express Payment will come out and go forward, especially with around at 10 metres at this start. Much out close to Nudgee Road, isn't it? There it is. There, looking
He's going
down.
via the meat section at Woolworths on his way out.
You got a bit of a bargain. You were telling me last Thursday you were in the right place at the right time on Good Friday Eve.
Good Friday, just stand near the meat section. I wasn't even there to buy meat, Maxie, and they came along with a big sign, 50% off.
Got ribs.
I said, I'll have all that Wagyu, thank you. At 25.
I'm very scared of that 8, but I still went with 6.
And there was a man waiting too. And I was like, I'll have all that pork belly, I'll have all that Wagyu.
Couldn't do that.
I felt rude, but it was such a bargain, I just couldn't overlook it.
Yeah, well, I think you'll go forward, Express Payment. Hopefully the big grey Texas Fireball's not too far away.
All right, he's done.
Now the field is locked and loaded for the 4th. Racing. Texas Fireball might have been one of the first to go. Gracie Blue, Yellow Hammer have got speed. Feathertop came out well and is now restrained. Express Payment, he's going forward, but he's right off the track. Genetic Freak going with him early. They chart wide courses as they head into the first bend. Getting back in the second half of the field was Smart as Smart. Step on Fire and first innings drops to last. Heading to the back now with just over 1,200 left to run. An Express Payment. He had to use a bit more petrol than many anticipated, but now he gets to the front and Baylor slams on the brakes. Genetic Freak trails in second, and the favourite Texas Fireball, he winds up in a butte spot. Manion's got him running third, the grey, outside of another grey. Gracie Blue fourth for round at 1,000. 2 behind that pair, Yellow Hammer, 3/4 to Kirakan, a length and a half to Feathertop with 3 behind it. They include Smart as Smart, Step on Fire and first innings. 8 lengths span them at the halfway mark, 800 left to run. Express Payment getting a real bludge in front now. 3/4 the margin, racing second, Genetic Freak. Texas Fireball in a close third. No excuses, given every opportunity. Might be just ready to ease 3 wide now as they went by the 600, then Gracie Blue. Yellow Hammer, Kirakan, Feathertop, Smart as Smart, Step on Fire and first innings. Up to the turn now, just over 400 left to Rana. Express Payment. Bayless now puts the foot to the floor and makes them chase as they straight for home. Genetic Figure makes behind him. Texas Fireball comes to the outside. Needs to get a move on. Yellow Hammer running on, then Kirikan and Gracie Blue. Smart looking for inside runs, but Express Payment with a full head of steam on the map was kind to him. He was the best back runner, and he'll do it most of the way. Express Payment first. Texas Fireball second. Smart third. Fourth, I'd say Kirikan.
The dedicated jockey.
Came Yellow Hammer, Genetic Freak, Gracie Blue first innings, and Step on Fire last time in 143.13.
2, 5, 7 and 8. Kirikan might get that 4th spot. There was one on the outside. Feathertop coming home. So top 3 though are 2, 5 and 7. Express Payments. Did take him a little while to cross and get the lead, but he had it completely under control. Jack Bayless, who was also declared for Feathertop in this race, but he ended up riding that winner there. Just cruised across and really backed it off after they got around about the 1200 metre mark there and steadied things, and he went for home on him, and he's been too good. Every chance. Texas Fireball just took him a little while to wind up into straight, get second. Then we had Smart coming home, one off the fence there around Gracie Blue Lay. Just waiting for that 4th between Kirikan and Feathertop. Feathertop does get that 4th spot on the extreme outside. The clear cut Bernie, Express Payment beats Texas Fireball.
Thanks, Maxie. I'm just still making my way out to the front, but I won't be long. But yeah, that was obviously a lovely win. He's just been such a consistent horse this preparation, Express Payment. And he's had a long prep as well. So Rob Heathcote, whatever he's doing for this horse, it's certainly doing him well. 2576 143.01. So Jared Coetzee here today on behalf of winning trainer Rob Heathcote. So we'll have a chat with Jared about this guy. He's a 4-year-old by Rich Enough, and he just keeps winning. How much fun are you fellows having? Well done, Jared.
Hey, Betty, thanks very much. A really good bunch of owners there, and really congratulations to them all. They've been very patient and loyal to us, the Adrenaline crew. And this horse, he's always been a bit of a head judge, to be honest, Bernie. But the penny's starting to drop now, and I think he could string a few together with his muscles.
Well, he had a terrible gait. He went up 2 kilos today, and he's run them ragged.
Yeah, and I said to Jake, he knows the horse better than anyone, just to ride him as he feels. If he could get some cover, perfect. But he managed to amble across from that awkward barrier, and then he rated it to perfection. So no, good on him. And like I say, I think he'll go on to bigger and better things this week.
The mile seems to be the real sweet spot for him.
I'm not so sure, Bernie. We sort of stuck him at this trip just to, like I say, he's always been a bit backwards mentally, and we wanted him to do everything right before we started looking at stepping him up. Last time we were able to ride him with cover, that was the first part of stepping him up in sort of progression. And today again, he seems to find that lead really easily. So I know he's doing everything right. I wouldn't be opposed to the idea of stepping him up at all.
As in 2,000 metres or 18?
Well, started 18 there, but like you say, he's not doing anything wrong. It's 1,600, but if the right race comes, we wouldn't be scared.
Okay, well done.
Thanks very much.
All right, let's have a chat with Jake Bayless now. And obviously, you know this horse pretty well. And it was a bit of a rush. He had a bit of company into the first turn anyway.
Yeah, he actually jumped probably the slowest he's ever been. Got in panic, I just put my hand down his neck, and we're never going to get in, so the plan was to sort of keep poking forward, but we just done it so gradually. Like I was 6 or 7 wide, just let him just sort of get there instead of rushing and trying to smack the bridle in his mouth and then get him over race. So just gradually got there, backed it off a little bit, and 600, let him prove underneath me, and then keep going on.
He's been very strong at this trip, but Jared says they might step him out. What are your thoughts there?
Yeah, look, he was doing everything until 4 weeks ago on just raw ability, like maybe a month ago. But now he's just starting to become a racehorse. He's maturing. He's starting to relax a bit. So once those sort of tricks and trades come out the door, he can eventually step up.
Well done.
Thank you.
All right, there is Jake Bayless and Express Payment. They take out the 4th here. 2 beats 5, 7 and 6. Anthony?
Back weight, and have a look at that price on the tote. It might have even started near enough favourite on the tote, because It was getting closer to Texas Fireball, close to start time, and at 3:30 on the tote. So I reckon it might have even started favourite then, right at the death. There was good money for it. 2-5-7-6 in the fourth at Doomben. First leg of the quaddy is up next. We're heading to Newcastle for their fourth. And we've got an old-fashioned match race here, according to the punters. Mignonette and Righteous Legend, 2:10 and 2:30. Let's get to Mel and go.
Anthony, thank you. Race number 4 coming up here. We've got a maiden plate. This is over the 1,250 metres. Mignonette, as you say, favourite over Righteous Lad. They dominate here. We start with Flightville, number 1, a 3-year-old, son of Artie Schiller, having his first start. Mitchell Bell on board for Farmer Brown.
Yeah, it's a beautiful big horse to look at physically. He's had one trial at Kembla where he was beaten 4 lengths. He was ridden quietly in the early stages. He was pushed along over the last little bit. He looked a little one pace for mine. So they kick him off here at 12.50. He's a very, very relaxed customer. So he probably needs to switch on a little, I would think. I'd be happy to watch him.
Now we go to Iconic. Here's number 2, having start 3, Serge Lizzie. On board for Tracy Bartley.
He's 5 weeks between runs. He's finished down the track in both career starts. He was beaten around 8 lengths last start at Gosford. They've added the addition of blinkers today and also a tongue tie. He's drawn nicely. He's presented in his best possible condition. His form's just good enough to be a winning chance.
Hasselacqua trained on the track. He's third up. Keegan Latham on board for Paul Perry.
He's had 2 runs back. He was well supported in the market first up at Gosford, where he was beaten 2.5 lengths after trialling very sharply prior to that. Thought he had his chance here last start, where he was beaten 3 lengths behind the very impressive Damien. His best runs have been at 1,400 metres and 1,500. That's definitely the best he's paraded today. I would have liked to have seen him step out over a little bit further. However, in a maiden that doesn't have a lot of depth, I'd give him a place chance.
Righteous Lad is resuming, number 4. Balee and Cherie Curtis and Reece Jones.
Resumes a gelding today. He's done plenty of work at home. He's had one trial at Rosehill where he was beaten 3.5 lengths. He got back. He was very good over the final stages in that trial. He was only had the 2 runs last preparation where he wasn't beaten far on both occasions. He was beaten a length on debut at Wyong before placing here at 1,400 metres. So 12.50 looks a lovely starting point for him today. He's drawn well. He's trialled up nicely, and I don't see why he can't run well beyond.
Run number 3, this sprint to be had by Cat on a Hot Tin Roof. Number 5 for Peter Snowden and Karen McAvoy.
Yeah, she's had 2 runs for the new stable. She was placed first up at Wyong, where she was beaten 3/4 of a length, and I thought she batted on nicely last start, beaten a length and a half behind Reducio, who's been placed again since. She's drawn to get Matt Favours here today. She seemed to handle the soft ground last start. Question mark on the heavy, but she's certainly up to the mark with 2 solid runs under her belt now.
Jewel County is a debutante, number 7 for Darren Austin and Tom Sherry.
She's had 2 trials. She was beaten 5 lengths in her latest at Warwick Farm, where she got back. She wasn't asked to do a lot. The winner of the trial won by a margin, and that was a real blanket finish for the minors. So hard to get a guide off a trial. She's a very big filly physically. She looks like she'll get out over a little bit further in time, and I think whatever she does today, she'll improve off, but she's nice and bright in the eye, and she's here to run well.
And the filly out of the good mare Catkins, the very good mare Mignonette, is the favourite. Jason Collin riding for Chris Waller.
Yeah, she's gorgeous, isn't she? Beautiful, striking grey. She did a good job here on debut last preparation, where she was ridden quietly, beaten a length and a half. She's had 2 trials to prepare her for today, and she looks a little sharper in the trials, particularly her latest at Randwick, where she settled on speed. She was given a squeeze and she responded well. She's developed a lot since I saw her last campaign. She's really strengthened. She's got a beautiful attitude in the mounting yard, and I think she can run very, very well here.
Head of the 4th event on the program. Just a note through from Stewards, there is a late scratching in race number 6 on the program. 3 Navy Pier is out on vet's advice. So race 6, number 3 is not running today in race number 6. Favourite here, Mignonette 205. Second elect Righteous Legend 240, and Cat in a Hot Tin Roof is a $6.50 chance. Passalacqua at 10, and on the others, the other trio, Bill County 21.61 Iconic, and Flight will be debutante for one of them, who is an $81 chance. Mel, the riders are up, and they're about to head out for race number 4.
Yeah, we're going to catch up with Nathan Perry. They've got a nice team of horses in here today, and they've got Passalacqua here, Nath. He's had 2 runs back, and I'd say that's probably the best he's presented in the mountain now today.
Yeah, so let's go with the earmuffs too.
So, no, I think the big track, Smoke's track's going to suit him and up in distance, and no, he should run well.
Do you think perhaps he still wants a little further than what he finds himself in today?
Oh, for sure. I think he'll get up to a mile or maybe further, but we'll see anyway.
You've also got in race 6 Backward Glance and Cup of Ambition.
Yeah, both nice mares. I thought Backwards Glance run the other day in the country was really good, so both horses will get back and see how they hit the line.
Yeah, just on Backward Glance, you probably had to go back a little bit further from the wide gate last up.
Yeah, look, and it's not a bad thing because you learn something, because in the previous starts we rated for speed and she's been weak, so we'll try that again.
Special day in race 7, had no luck here last up.
No, that's it, had no luck whatsoever, and we had to scratch it from the other day. We ended up winning the race with Rock anyway, so that was good, but she's probably missed that run now, but only over the 1500, so she don't mind the wet track either, so she might be a place chance.
A majestic style in the last.
Yeah, she's the same type of mare, and once again probably needs that one more run, but also likes the wet track, so who knows, good run might be a sneaky chance.
Best luck with the team.
Thank you.
So there is Nathan Perry, Paddock, Paul. Speaking about Passalacqua, it's an $11 chance in the upcomer. Mignonette now into odd times, so 190 with fixed odds. He's the grey, second elect. A bit solid enough, Righteous Lad, to Righteous Legend rather, 250. The other one is Cat on a Hot Tin Roof, out to $7 on track 650 with the fixed odds as things presently stand. Late mail time, Bell, we're 3 3/4 minutes off race 4.
Yeah, gee, she's shot the market, isn't she? 8, 4, 5 and 3. Mignonette, she's got a lot to live up to, the daughter of Catkins, but she's trialled up well. And what I love about her is how much she's really come on this preparation. She's developed physically, she's strengthened, and she looks a lot sharper in a trial. She did a very good job here on debut when ridden quietly, but it wouldn't surprise me to see her settle a little closer in running today, just the way she's trialled and that soft gate today. For Righteous Legend, he's done plenty of work at home. He's first up off one trial, but he's ready to go. Resumes at gelding here today. The 5 Cat on a Hot Tin Roof is at the peak of her condition, third up into the campaign. And Passalacqua, that's the best he's paraded this campaign. He'll be struck through the line. 8, 4, 5 and 3.
Okay, 8, 4, 5, 3. So Michelle just passing over the track. It was interesting, speaking of the track earlier, when you spoke to Jason Collins when he won on Chris Lee's horse, he was of the opinion that the track was certainly on the better side of a heavy 8, and possibly a soft 7, but this passing shower might put paid to any potential upgrade.
Yeah, I don't know that there's a lot in it, but as we know, rain on race day, it's not ideal, but the track's playing quite nicely. We've seen horses making ground, particularly in the previous El Paso. He was able to circle the field and come from behind, and we've also seen leaders early on in the day over our shorter course races. So track looks to be playing very fair.
Aquatic Starts race number 5 on the program. Just repeating that leg scratching that has come up in race 6, number 3, Navy P. It was about a $7.50 chance, has come out on Vet's advice. So Calzaro start was already going to start very short, might even be a touch shorter. Looks like a saddle adjustment just being made on Flight Bill, Mitch Bell out of the saddle in there, lending some assistance. Like Sir Single just being placed on that galloper for Farmer Brown. I haven't seen Farmer Brown for ages and ages. Been around for a lot of years. Terrific bloke. And they say that he's still looking $1 million, Farmer Brown. Right, let's go to Anthony Matt to find out what's happening here. So Mignonette now into the red here, Anthony.
Confirmed, so 210 to 180 in the last 6 or 8 minutes or so, whereas Righteous Legend went 230 out to 260. So there wasn't much between them there for the bulk of betting, but in the last few minutes, punters decided that Mignonette is certainly the more favoured of the two. 180, Righteous Legend 260, Cat on a Hot Tin Roof $8. Final thoughts, Mel? Yeah.
Right, last couple about to get. They're still working with this gear here with Flight Bill, but Mitchell Bell, an experienced horseman, as we know. He'll have that problem fixed in a jiffy.
Yeah, I'd say the horse is pretty relaxed there. A fellow having his first day at the races, Flight Bill, but they're just fixing a Sir Single, making sure everything's A-OK, which is obviously very important, but all these runners presented really well. I am surprised to see the difference in the market now between our favourite Mignonette and Righteous Legend. They're obviously very close in the market this morning. I think they both paraded equally as good. I will say I'm so impressed with the development Mignonette's made this campaign.
El Paso, I think early on we can call it riding day honours go the way of Dylan Gibbons, circling the field from last and then balancing up El Paso to win the previous race number 2 taken out, and it was one at Fair Hawker justified a very short quote, and Impact Zone led all the way to win the first, and he is a nice colt that potentially could find himself up in Queensland.
Yeah, I thought that was a pretty nice 2-year-old race, the first, and we can follow a couple of horses out of that race, particularly the winner. He looked an absolute pitcher in the yard, exceeding himself, colt and run to his lords, that's for sure.
Okay, you've got those late mail numbers 8, 4, 5, 3 ahead of the 4th event. Let's head up to Luke Marlow.
This is for race number 4. Two standouts in the market, Mignonette and also Righteous Legend, the $1.80 Mignonette, $2.60 Righteous Legend. And we're just about right to go. Ready for a start here. Red light is turned on. Bouncing around is Jewel County. Settles and they're racing now. Favourite Mignonette began third. Gets a little squeeze to push forward. Showing speed. Cat on a hot tin roof. Iconic Mignonette both up there. And Righteous Legend is settling fourth. Just behind those was Jewel County as they settle into stride. Drifting back Pasalacqua. And Flackbill on the outside. It's Cat on a hot tin roof and Mignonette together. 8.15 metres to go. They're slowing here and Righteous Legend gets a bit keen in third. Might have been forced to ease 3 wide there, Jones, in a slackening tempo, and it is now 3 wide around the outside of runners. Jewel County moves through on the inside. Pasalacqua was second last, and Flightbill's at the tail. Cat on a hot tin roof, 4.15 metres to go, led Mignonette. Righteous Legend strode up on the outside, then Iconic as they turn. Top of the straight now, 400 metres to run. Mignonette held together, has beaten off Cat on a hot tin roof. Righteous Legend, Pasalacqua starting to run on down the outside. 2.75 to go. Mignonette about 3/4 of a length in front of Righteous Legend. He's had to just pull the Persuader. She's a neck in front now. Righteous Legend getting closer. Mignonette digging in. Righteous Legend a clear second, but Mignonette finding sufficient. And the daughter of Catkins breaks through and wins.
8, 4, 5, 7.
Mignonette by 3/4 of a length on Righteous Legend, who made her earn it. Cat on a hot tin roof runs third, followed by Jewel County, Pasalacqua, Flightbill and Iconic.
So the daughter of Zusar and Catkins wins today first up and does so on a heavy track at only her second start in a race. Best back in the filly, Too Good. Did a little bit of work earlier, then slotted over outside of the leader. Righteous Legend tried hard and made her earn it, but she's kicked into another gear late to win by about a length and a quarter or so on the line. Mignonette the winner over Righteous Legend, so the market got it spot on.
Right, this is what is going on. So that 8 is the favorite. Okay. Now the linear is of course 13. It has 1 race and there's a huge pressure on this horse. Whether it will survive or not, that's something that we will find out, but the 8 is the favorite. It's if we look through the rails, that 8 comes on top, so the 8 is kind of good. It's got a moderate jockey. So that's all good. That's all good. But 8 if we look through the pressure line, then we get 13, 12 with 6 races, then 8, 11 is there. That's that. 11 nobody has spoken about, but the other one which is here is 9 and 10. These two are pretty much in good hands, and 10 is a check. This one is pretty much with a lot of advantage. This one, it's the best hand here. So this is a good horse. This is not a bad horse. This is a good one. So 8 is the favorite, and 12 has more pressure on this. We also have very strong indication on 12. So that's 2, 3, 4, all gate numbers are there. So we'll take a look at the 12. We'll take a look. 8 is the favorite. We know 8 is the favorite, but will that work is what my question is. And that 10 is there.
Three-year-old filly by Zoo Star out of the mare Catkins, that ripping mare Catkins, and she produced a smart one there with Minion by Zoo Star. Start 2, win 1, and first up from the breaks, tried well. It's come back with a win. Win on the board, Righteous Legend. Doomben race number 5 is up next. That's a little the market. So Crazy Nut just on the drift here. It's out to 360, Divine Force 550, Upper Bravo 6. They've got a clump of horses on that sort of 7 and 850 mark. Let's look at Bernie's Maxi's quadding first. In fact, the race 5, Maxi going with numbers 10, 8 and 3. Race 6, 2, 4 and 1. Race 7, 5, 7, 4 and 2. And in race number 8, it's 14, 2. 14, 17, 4, 2 and 10. Screenshot that. Pause, rewind, what you need to do to drop down maximum quality numbers. And for Bernie, race 5, 8, 11, 3. Race 6, 4, 2, 1. Race 7, 7 and 4. And race 8, 2, 10, 1 and 4. $72 for 100%. Let's get straight into the yard.
Tony Gollop with the favourite here for the first leg of our quaddy. This is race number 5. A 3-year-old benchmark 70 handicap. It's over 1,200 metres. That is So Crazy in Love. And second pick, it's a bit of a jump. Defined Force, probably at $5.50. Let's take a look at Alpha Bravo. Maxim is about third pick at $6. Danny the Gore, Ryan Maloney.
Is he doing his thing? Being a bit culty in the yard?
Well, let's have a look at him.
Where's Mary Beth today?
Yeah, Mary Beth's not here.
He's on a backup. He ran in one of the apprentice races last week here on a heavy 8. Bravely ended up winning it, but he sort of, him and Top Bird's a dead set leader. They sort of raced each other a fair bit, and he just sort of felt the pinch a little bit late. So significantly, a leading rider goes on in Ryan Maloney. So look, he'll probably put himself in the first 3 or 4. Usually races handy, but he'll be in a more controlled situation early this time.
Yeah, and that's his normal sort of prancy dancy. He's a stunning looking animal, isn't he?
Yeah.
We've got a couple of stunners in this race, actually. Let's take a look now at 3, Divine Force, who's had a change of address, Maxie. And now with Tony Gollop, Martin Harley to ride.
Yeah, just lives 100 metres down the road now. Showed a lot of potential. I think she might have won her first 2 starts. Then there might have been a few little issues along the way. At one point, she only had 1 start back in October and then turned out. But I thought her return run was okay behind Benzu. Wasn't being beaten far over the 1,000. I think this is probably a little bit better today with that run under the belt up to 1,200 inside gate. You can't help but think she'll run well.
Here's number 6, Bold Arctic from the Garnet Taylor stable with Ron Stewart.
Yes, ran 6th in Rocky first up. That's back on the 4th of March. Since had a trial on March 18, led and grabbed late in that particular heat. This is a little bit harder though.
Okay, here's the favourite, number 8, So Crazy in Love, Tony Goll and Ange Jones.
Yep, they took her to Orange for her first starts. Fitted by I Am Invincible, and she won it at $1.35, and then she ran 3rd at Wyong. Before coming up here, and she ran 4th during the Summer Carnival in the Mode Plate behind Spicy Martini. Wasn't beaten all that far on a very heavy track, so she's had a good spell. And Tony's given her a couple of trials, both of them very nice. She had blinkers on in the recent trial. Maloney rode, didn't really ask her for an effort, so I think she'd come back in really good order. This is an ideal kick-off point for her.
I think it's interesting that we're rated a soft 5 because the general consensus of participants is wetter than
Yes, I
trainers and jockeys.
think the same.
And the times have been ordinary. I'm not sure why they upgraded.
Yeah.
Questionable. Anyway, it was So Crazy in Love. I was hoping it wasn't too wet. Let's look at Shamadan now. Number 9, Matt Gunn, Andrew Mallion.
Yeah, Shamadan is first up today. Has had a couple of trials at Bow Desert on wet tracks. Both trials I marked as okay. Sort of a bit inconclusive because it hasn't been tested at all, just been her own steam, but looks as if she's possibly come back in pretty good order.
Adam Captain trains the 10 Bengal Diamond with Emily Lang.
I like her today. Filly by Flying Artie. She won early in her career impressively, and then backed it up with a good win at Eagle Farm at the midweeks over the 1,000. She's back this prep. She's had the 3 starts, and I've marked all of them nicely. The latest, she was just out of the depth behind Boomtown Boss at Eagle Farm. Yet I thought she ran as well as she can. This is much, much more likeable today, and I like her on a track with a bit of give in the ground too, and she certainly gets that here.
Stunning parade by Viali. I can't believe what a beautiful filly she's grown into. We haven't seen her since last October, Maxie. Trained by Matt Dunn, Damien Thornton.
Now, if we put Alpha Bravo over her at start, we could get
Surely
we'll get 4 white socks.
4 white socks and a white face.
Is it guaranteed?
No.
No.
No, but is that not a stunning parade?
Yeah, she's a good looker, isn't she? She's by Star Tony, can produce a flashy horse. And she's got the right form overall. She's only lightly raced, and she's only won the one, but she's been in some decent Saturday races and gone okay. First up at Ballina, she ran second behind Perito. She was catching him. She did have a big pull in the weights. We know he's pretty smart. He just tired under that massive weight. She ran it in late, but she's had that run now, and she's ready for the Metro midweeks again.
Aquatia was the 12, Gary Dowdy and CJ Graham.
Be happy just to watch. Was okay on the poly first up at the coast.
And Booming Bianca, Toby Edmonds, Steve McLean and Kyle Wilson-Taylor.
Yeah, what a reason Bodega trial. It's a comfortable win, but nothing was really observed in that particular.
So Crazy in Love, your $3.50 favourite, ahead of Divine Force Alpha Bravo, both $5.50, and Bengal Diamond and the Arle, both at $7.
Well, the street, the mappers would be all over this filly So Crazy in Love from that draw. And speed mappers. Yeah. Given where she's drawn today, in the right spot. However, I'm going to go with the 10 Bengal Diamond, who's probably going to give them a little bit of a start. Hopefully not too much. She's drawn nicely to maybe settle around about midfield. It's not a big field. She is. And she's usually pretty strong at the end. It does get 1.5 kilos off, so she's actually only got 53 on her back. So big weight relief off some of these top weights, and I think can't really go wrong playing her each way here. She's very fit to beat number 8, So Crazy in Love. Then I've got Divine Force and Alpha Bravo. Definitely yours in there as well. Actually, Chestnut, the Arlie, number 11. But 10, 8, 3 and 2.
Yeah, between 8 and 11 for me. I made So Crazy in Love special. You know, it's a 5, but Philozone's that side. But I think she'll be all right with that. I loved her recent trials, particularly the 3-year-old, where she's just sort of let idle down the straight, building the revs. She looks really wound up in the yard, and she'll get a beautiful ride with Ange on board from that floor. How long is it since she raced? November. That was in the no plate. That was on a heavy 10. That was just too wet.
Yeah, she's still she ran pretty well in there.
Yeah, she ran
long break though, isn't it? What's that, 7 months?
Yes.
So
Carney doesn't usually bring them to the races expecting to be underdone, does he?
No, I think that they're you know, it's important that they get Metro form with this one. I know she's won at Orange, but with her pedigree, she needs to win one of these races.
Yes.
I think that's the method behind her having those 2 trials, having her ready to get some of that Metro form in the stud book when she eventually goes to start.
I just loved the parade of Viale. Viale from the Matt Dunn stable. Thought it was stunning, and I thought she was a lovely, 2-year-old earlier in the season. She was just immature and soft, and she looks strong and mature now. So happy to see how she goes. All right, now loading. I'm 8, 11, 3, and 2. Here's David.
The jump. Into there like the speed of light. They're all set to go. Ready to break in race 5. They're off. Divine Force got a flying start off the inside. Alpha Bravo smartly the stride. Boom Bianca's got speed. So Crazy Love not too far away in the first call. 4th in fact. Then Bold Arctic followed by Aquatia. Drifting back with Viali off the speed today. Shamadan second last and Bengal Diamond down in last. But only 5 lengths span as they hit the first bend. 800 left to run. Alpha Bravo well back late in betting. Leads away 3/4 Booming Bianca. The Gollum pair 3rd and 4th. Divine Force the box seat. And So Crazy Love 1 out 1 back. Then came Boldardic, striding up 3 wide. That puts Viali out 4 deep. Behind runners Shabadad, Aquatia near the rail, and then 2 to Bengal Diamond. The first 600 metres was steady. 36 and 49, they sweep for home. Alpha Bravo held together by Melody. Turned narrowly from Booming Bianca. Zane Crazy Love coming up 3 wide. 4 deep Boldardic, Divine Force behind them, but coming off the bit. And Viali broke down the outside. Alpha Bravo in a sprint home with Booming Bianca on the outside. They pair off 100 to go. Booming Bianca gets the upper hand. Alpha Bravo kicks head and head. Strikes a strike to the line. They hit in the photo. Alpha Bravo or Booming Bianca from So Crazy Love. Divine Force not far away with Shabadad. Then Bengal Diamond, Aquatia, Boldardic, Viali in 111.85.
So the on pace is kicking strongly. We've got 3rd and 4th up, but we're more interested in who's got this.
13.
Close. Alpha Bravo over on the inside there.
13.
So Crazy in Love back in 3rd. So, yeah, we've got Crazy in Love 3rd, Shamadan 4th, but it's very, very close here between Alpha Bravo, Booming Bianca. Booming Bianca on the outside, Brian Maloney trying to lift Alpha Bravo in the blue colours. We're not going to learn a lot from this angle here. On that, it does look to be a bit of a margin to the outside horse, but I wouldn't be going on that. This will give us more of a direct look down the line with the camera opposite. And Booming Bianca on the outside, gets the nose down, and I believe it's on the frame. So we're first, second and third. We're first, second and third in the run there. And you can see Ryan Maloney on Alpha Bravo. This horse was on a fairly quick backup whereby things didn't go according to plan 7 days ago, but they backed him up, they put the top jockey on, and they got the right result. Bernie, you've got your eyes on the semaphore board there, I believe. 13 Booming Bianca on the
13
outside.
to
Yeah, she has,
8
Maxie. So I'm here with
and
Toby.
10.
Toby's shedding a tear, I'm sure, for poor Mary Beth.
Yeah, we're stable beside each other, so we're great friends. They help us out all the time. Always borrowing a stable.
That's the 13. The linear with the highest pressure on it. With the highest pressure on it. I thought this will not survive because it has just one race, but it's a 315. Then 13 to 8 and 10.
And Toby Edmonds and Steve McLean, they take out the fifth. 13, Booming Bianca beats 2, 8 and 9, 111.73. I'll try to give you that last 600. Let's have a look. I just have to wait for them to play these margins, which were a short head by 3/4 by 3/4. They got the first 600 36.49 and they came home in 35.33. That's it for the fifth, Anthony.
to win by this Spirit of Blue filling for the Tricolours team, Doomben Australia. Paid $12 in 290 at 2 starts now for 2 wins. Can't do much more. First up from a 5-month break, she trialled well at Bow Desert on a couple of occasions, and resumes a winner. So unbeaten now this filly. Stick with her. Let's leave it there. Newcastle's up next, race number 5, 10 minutes away. Here's a look at your market. Koyos 460 favourite from a Super Nui who's been very well back. Gone to Cape York 650, flying from above 850, and then there's a clump of them on that similar price line. Now, Mel Turner's quaddie, if you want to play the quaddie, she's obviously playing the first leg wide, given that it is pretty open. Race 5, 10, 3, 1, 12, 5. Race 6 is just horse number 1 only. We've got a real shorty there in race number 6 with Cultsar. Race 7, 4, 6, 5, 2, and 1. And in race 8, 5, 7, 9, 6, and 2. It'll cost $125 for 100%. Screenshot that if you're watching on the app. Press pause, rewind if you're watching at home to jot down those quaddie numbers. Let's get to the trap for race 5. Let's look at the quaddie with Gab and Mel.
Anthony, race 5 to kick off the first seat of the quaddie this afternoon. The tab at Class 1 over 1,250 metres. But we start with 1 here, flying from above, lining up at start number 4. To be ridden conservatively from a wide gate. Zach Waddick on board for Ed Cummings.
He's in his first racing preparation. He was able to break his maiden at Canterbury 2 runs ago when sizzling up outside the leader. He was thrown in the deep end last start in the far lap where he just got tired late. He was beaten 7.5 lengths. He comes back an awful lot in grade here today to a provincial Class 1. He gets the claim today for Zach Waddick, and he's a big improver.
Now the mare by Zoo Star is Kaznar, number 2 for Kieran Maher and Karen McAvoy.
She's 4 weeks between runs. She's been a little hard to catch this preparation. She's an on-speed mare. Very good 2 runs ago at Kembla, where she was beaten under half the length, and then failed to make an impact last start where she was beaten around 4 lengths. She loves getting her toe in the ground. She's got the ability if she was to put her best foot forward, and she's presented nicely in the yard.
On the Koyos we go. Blinkers come off today. Sarah Ryan combining with Blake Braithnock.
He's been placed 3 from his last 5. I'm still not sure how he got beat here 2 runs ago. He looked the winner, and I think he just had a good think about things over the final stages. They put the blinkers on last start and stepped him up in trip, and he just over-raced in the middle stages. So he comes back in trip here today with the claim for Braithnock. It wouldn't surprise me to see him win. He gets every opportunity from a soft draw today.
Gone to Cape York, lines up at start number 3 for Michael Friedman and Keegan Latham.
They're putting the blinkers on today for the first time. He broke his maiden at Nowra on debut as a short price favourite. He was then sent around favourite at Wyong last start. But he was a fraction plain, beaten 3 lengths. First time I've laid eyes on him. He's a beautiful galloper to look at. He's lovely and healthy in the coat, and I think he's another one that can improve with the blinkers going on.
Motor Scarfo on to the 6 we go then for John Thompson and Andrew Atkins.
He's had 2 runs for the new stable. He hasn't been far away in both of those. He ran well above market expectations last start at Hawkesbury, where he was caught wide throughout, and he battled on bravely there for 2nd position. He's going to need a lot of luck from the barrier, but if he can reproduce what he did last start at Hawkesbury, he's not without a chance in this type of race.
Tiger's Roar is a $12 chance, number 7 for Greg Hickman and Jason Collett.
The wet track definitely enhances his chances. It's been a long time since he's won a race, but he's been placed his last 2 at country grade. He'll put himself up on top of the speed. He drops 5 kilos in the weights. He possesses plenty of fitness here in the yard. Although I don't have him in the mix, it wouldn't surprise me to see him run some type of race here.
King Soleil is number 8 for Craig Rutley and Reece Jones.
He won dominantly first up at Taree over 1,000 metres, and then just raced a little one paced automated company at Port Macquarie last start. That was over 1,100. He steps up to the 1,250 here today. He's been placed at 1,300 in previous campaigns. This is a big jump up in grade here today, though.
On to the one Nick keen on, Super Nui, number 10, Ron Quinton combining with Louise Day.
Partly raced filly. She's done barely anything wrong this preparation. She was placed here first up over 900 metres. She broke a maiden at Hawkesbury 2 runs ago where she was able to lead and dictate, and then nothing went right for her last start at Wyong. She walked out of the machines, but she made an incredible amount of ground up over the final stages, beaten 1.5 lengths. She presented fit and forward here in the yard, and providing that she begins on term, she's probably got the option to settle closer in running here today, and I thought she was a good each way chance when she was around $10 this morning.
Now, the 2-year-old is telling number 11 for Peter Snowden and Tom Sherry.
Yeah, he broke his maiden in the Star Maker first up at Musselbrook, where he settled up on top of the speed. He went back to slot in last start at Hawkesbury. He just over-raced in the middle stage. I thought he battled on quite okay. Wouldn't surprise me to see him run well, although I don't have him in the mix.
Sarah Stone is number 12, first up, and Nathan Doyle and Ash Morgan.
She's first up off one trial where she was beaten a length. I loved a trial here at Newcastle. She got back. She worked home strongly out wide under her own steam. She's a horse that's shown plenty of promise early on in her career. It took her a little while to break her maiden last preparation, and it wasn't until she got out to 1,500 metres, but trials suggest she can run well here fresh.
Smashing Dancers, number 14, the Kim War and Anna Roper.
It's been a long time since she's won a race. She's had one run back after 17 months off the scene. She got back there at Port Macquarie first up. She never got into the race. The extra distance definitely suits, but this race is much stronger.
Ahead of the 5th event on the program, so a pretty open betting affair. Favourite at this point, 420 is Koyos. It's looking down the board. Gotta Cape York, $7. So too is Arrow Stone. Super Nui is 6. Motor at 9. And at similar price is Flying From Above, who is going to be ridden a little bit more quietly today. All right, let's head out to Mel, who is about to catch up, I think, with Ed Cummings. She is, and we are talking Flying From Above.
Yeah, this fellow, he was obviously good to break his maiden at Canterbury 2 runs ago, and he was thrown in the deep end a little bit last up.
Yeah, he was. But back to basics today. We need to see him sort of stand up and hopefully he can get back sort of a grade in future. Just want to see what we can do in a race like this. With a few nice options for him in the next few weeks. Should he perform to expectation?
Okay, so he's drawn awkwardly, and I noticed you're going to ride him a little bit different today.
Yeah, I thought he was probably a little bit close in the run. I think he was sort of there by default last start. Today with an awkward draw and a sticky sort of a track, and a nice big track as well, there should be plenty of opportunity for him to blend in.
And you've given him a nice little tick over trial in between where he looked to go through his paces nicely.
Yeah, he certainly did. He is typical Cole, needs to be sort of pop the question, start and finish. But he is certainly going the right way and has shown a fair bit of zest for the rest of his preparation. So, prepared to give him his opportunity today, and then hopefully that will guide us to where he lands in the future.
Good luck.
Thank you.
There's Ed Cummings speaking about Flying From Above. Zach Wadding taking the 1.5 kilos off. He's at 850. He's been pretty solid, that quote, virtually all day. 420 the field, though. The market probably tells the story. Koyos favourite over Super Nui, who went up a lot better than the $6 currently on offer. And then Arrow Stone. It's just tightened in here on track from $8.50 to $7. Mel, late mail.
Yeah, I thought she was in an open race where I really couldn't get a handle on it. I thought that she represented value at about $10 this morning. I think she opened up at about $16. She's done nothing wrong all preparation, albeit she was very slow out of the machines last start. But she made up an incredible amount of ground back towards the inside there at Wyong, where she was beaten 1.5 lengths. And I just thought if she could begin on terms and position up a little closer in running, she was over the odds at about $10. 3 Koyos, it wouldn't surprise me to see him win. I think he had a good think about it here 2 runs ago, where he looked the winner. He started a short price favourite, and Presides able just to get the better of him over the final stages. And then he over-raced last start with blinkers on up to 1,400. So back in trip with a claim, I can certainly see him improving. He just needs to put his best foot forward here today. Top weight Flying From Above. I thought Ed seemed pretty confident in this fellow's chances. They've obviously got a high opinion of him, and they stepped him out in the far lap last start where he was beaten around 7.5 lengths. So like you said, back to basics here today, back in grade, claim, they'll ride in quiet, and then I've included the 12 Arrow Stone. She's first up off one trial. She's trialled up very well. I do think this might be a fraction sharp for her, but I thought the trial suggests that she could definitely run well fresh here. 10, 3, 1 and 12.
Just before we get a market update, of course, tomorrow, spotted in the big dances up the grabs in the $200,000 Tamworth Cup. Albury also race tomorrow, and Ipswich in Queensland on Friday. Anzac Day, there are meetings everywhere.
Yes.
Gosford, it's one of their biggest days of the year crowd-wise. They'll have 2 up going out the back. Of course, all of the racing action They race on the Kenzo, the Soldier Saddle being run at Bathurst, and then meetings elsewhere around the country. So a massive Anzac Day, particularly coming up at Tamworth tomorrow. All eyes will be on that spot in the $3 million big dance at 10 minutes after 4. You'll see it all right here on Sky Thoroughbred Centre.
Everyone hoping that their horse can win the Tamworth Cup and go
Get a spot into.
and go on and do what Gringotts did.
And win the big dance. $3 million big dance that is in November. Let's go to Anthony to find out what's happening in the market here. Open betting race, Anthony, race 5.
Yeah, very much so. Koyos, the punter's giving him another chance after his disappointing run last start. 480 into 420, back to 440, but it's very open. Supernui opened as much as $16, was 11 earlier today, got into 6, back to 650, but best back to beat the favourite. Aroha Stone 650, flying from above 850 with Motascarfa and gone to Cape York. Tigers Rules even a $9 chance, and Casnar's at 10. So, yeah, Koyos, the most popular runner, but very open outside of him as they load. Here's Luke Marlowe for race number 5. First look at the quaddie from Newcastle.
Flying from above. Good, coming into the gates. Soleil, Tigers Raw, Moto Scaffo gone to Cape York over there as well. Flying from above now. Moves up and takes his position. 4 over the line here. Telling, Smashing Dancer. Gone to Cape York and Moto Scaffo. In goes Telling. Gone to Cape York, about to move in, and Moto Scarfo about to complete the line. $4 Kiosk, got out to 460, and that was taken. A minute to go, $4.60. Punter's happy to chime in at that price. Red lights are on.
Araman 8.
Often racing now. Kios off the inside, jumped away evenly, Telling away smartly, and is pushing forward. So too is Tigers Roar around the outside, going up in search of a prominent role. King Soleil holds its spot on the fence. Kasnar gone to Cape York just behind. Then came Aroha Stone, flying from above. He's been able to slot in quite well from the draw by the looks of it. Pushing up Kios the inside, then Smashing Dancer, Super Nui, Moto Scarfo. Tigers Raw led to the side, 650 metres to go. 1.5 on Kasnar, just niggled out in second. King Soleil's third, followed by Telling in fourth. Then Aroha Stone gone to Cape York, flying from above. Kios is well back here, the favourite. They come around the turn, 4.25 to run. Tigers Raw the first to see the judge from Kasnar. Aroha Stone held up behind. Telling gone to Cape York, running home. Flying from above, and Super Nui's getting up on the inside and running on. Tigers Raw the leader. Kios got chopped out in back play, but Super Nui slipping up the fence here. And Moto Scarfo's late. It's Super Nui hitting the front. Moto Scarfo's after it. Super Nui just the leader, but Moto Scarfo mows it down. And Moto Scarfo comes from well back and wins from Super Nui. Aroha Stone third, and fourth was Tigers Raw.
6.
Then came Kasnar Telling.
Right, this is the 6th one. It's a class 1. Now let's understand what happened. It's the same distance, 1200 meter. We ignored that 13, but it had the largest pressure, plus it was the linear 315. This was a gamble anyway, because it's just got one race. To believe that a horse with one race can handle that kind of a pressure is kind of difficult. But that kind of delivered. It's a good one. This horse is a good one. So here, that 4 is the favorite. Now, if that 4 is the favorite, the reason is something that I don't know. Why is that? It's got advantage, that I know. It's got advantage, but so let's see where the pressure is, because it's the same distance. If we see the pressure, that's 2. 134, then it is 8, which is 2 is probably in the best hands. Okay, 2 is probably in the best hands. The thing is, it's a linear, but it is not a strong linear. But here the pressure is huge on this. This is the same thing that worked here. A 1200 meter pressure will have to work. This one went to a dedicated jockey, number 2. It's a 1600 meter, but this is a 1200 meter. So that 2 is a check. The 2 is probably in the best hands, the best jockey. So that's 2. The highest pressure on this horse. It's got 4 races, quite capable of handling this. This one has 4 races, but the sectional timing is much better on 2. Plus, if we look at the pressure, this one doesn't have a pressure. This is gate number 5. This is gate number 6. They're tailing each other. Now, the other thing is this drift 15, which is gate number 3. (34,102). This is 34, 31. So here it's between 15 and 13. Both are drift. Both are drift. 15 has a dedicated jockey and 13 is management with 1 league race. These two, technically, the larger drift is always in. The larger drift is basically the second horse pool. Here, if we look at this, is a moron jockey, but it is a dedicated jockey, and this is a slightly better jockey, but they're both morons actually, and they're not supposed to win. They're supposed to get the second position, 15 and 13, one of these. But I think this is like a 47% drift out, so I don't know whether they'll deliver. It's between 15 and 13. This thing comes in between the 3. The 13 is outside. So 2 has the highest pressure. 4 is the favorite in good hands, but there is something in between, either the 15 or the 13. The 13 has been on this distance ever since. The 13 has been on this distance ever since, and their management too. So we'll take a look at both of them, 15 and 13. This is a 4-year-old mare. This is a 5-year-old gelding. They're both same size. This is better actually. This one. 24/4, 24/6. This is better. The 13 is better. So we'll take a look at the 13. This is probably the second horse pool. So whether 4 wins, 2 wins. We've got that is there. Then we've got the 12 as well. 12, we've got a lot of physics going on. A lot of physics on 12. It's also one of the best hands, there's no doubt. But we'll stick to this. We'll see how the 2 and the 13 looks like. The 12 is already there.
Okay, Doomben race 6 at Class 1, 1200, Preeminence and King Potter 420 equal favourites here. Dazzling Diamond at 5, Micro 550, Simply Excel 7. Be interesting to see who starts favourite. We're 7 minutes out. Bernie and Maxi.
Welcome back to Doomben. It's time for race 6 on the card. Little Class 1 handicap here over 1200 metres. Equal favourites, Preeminence and King Potter. You both look like the likely leaders, perhaps along with Whoosh Gaboom, Maxi. I already said it's a Class 1. Let's take a look at Preeminence. One of the favourites here from the Barry Lockwood stable, Luke Dempsey.
Yeah, he'll come out to go forward. I think he'd be happy to let one or two go if need be and take the box seat on Preeminence. There was a gap between runs, and he just felt the pitch a little bit late at Ipswich last time. He really tired the last 100 metres. Got involved in a little bit of a speed duel early. Did give a really good kick, but clearly he was out on his hooves, 100 out, and he tied at that point. So that was back on the 9th of April. He's drawn the good gate, expecting him to bounce back and run a lot better today.
Simply Excels. Stunning. Tony Gollan Maloney.
He's only had the 4 starts and he's never been further back than 4th, but they've all been on rain-affected tracks. I was hoping to see him on a firmer track today because usually these quick horses like firmer better. But last start, he sort of tied a little bit later than 1350. It was behind Antonito, who won easily. I really like the fact that Tony's bringing him back to the distance at which he won at over 1,200 metres when he won that Maiden first up. So liking him back in trip. He's got a nice draw. He's very fit. I think it's really hard to beat here, this chestnut guy.
King Potter has the drifts, Annabelle Nish and Rob Archibald and Jacob Manchester.
I think that's probably because people are just looking at the track, it's a soft 5. I think they gave us that after the first, but he doesn't really like anything worse than that. And it seems like they are getting into it a fair bit, doesn't it? So, folks, it's however you think the track is going to play here for this horse, but he won on a soft 6 here at Doomben back in October. And won by a big space. It was in a maiden, but he certainly failed on the 2 heavies that he's been on. So it's a little bit of a tricky one. I think they're just risking him a little bit. If this was a good 4, he'd be going the other way in the market, I'm sure.
What about Micro, the 6, Scarlett Taylor and Kyle Wilson-Taylor?
Been going quite good. He's only had the 1 start for Garden. He ran 2nd here at Doomben. Was on a soft 6. That was behind Parata's Gem. He had a bit of an uninterrupted run down the outside, so if he follows on from that, he can figure in the money for sure.
Whoosh Gaboom is from the Tony Gollan stable with Emily Lang.
Good in the first 2, and then you'll see that she ran last here in that Parata's Gem race. But there were excuses for her. She was up on the speed. I'm sure she'd had enough at the time, but she did cop a couple of nasty bumps. I think that's when couple tried to get out. Choa Yu might have been one of them, and she was sort of poleaxe. So you'll see the margin says 6.4 lengths. She's probably only going to get beat 2 or 3 maybe. So don't take too much notice of that. And I think she can go a lot better today.
Dazzling Diamonds from the John Johnson stable with Cody Collis.
Just worry about this filly at the 1,200 metres. She's had 1 go at it at Ipswich. And I don't think she quite ran it. She's had a few runs since then. She's been good in winning and then 3rd at Ipswich. But they've been over the short of the 1,000 and the 11. So if you're on her, you'll just want to trust that she can see a strong 1,200 out.
Immortality, Jordan Lee, CJ Graham.
Yeah, doesn't mind soft tracks. Has had a win and a few placings on conditions like today, and I did enough last prep to suggest can come back and pick up a race in these parts. Recent trial winner Ballender was quite good on a very wet track.
Rock Hard Love is from Gary Gallagher, favourite box.
Formerly with Björn Baker, having his first start for Gary, and hard to read that trial on the synthetic. It was behind a pretty handy one in Perito. Seemed to go okay. And his form in New South Wales good enough to give him a chance in a moderate race.
Fine Gem is the 15, Brendan Jones and Nathan Thomas.
Going okay, but the last two starts have been on the Sunny Coast Poly.
Gallery Master will be ridden by Georgie Cartwright for Julie Harris.
Yeah, happy just to watch this fellow first up from a spell.
Lord Vader makes the Ange Plum.
Yeah, been really struggling in 3 runs back this time.
Okay, we have a new favourite. That is Preeminence at 420 over King Potter 440. And on the tab there, Maxi is $4 Preeminence. King Potter 460.
What about Simply Excels? What's he doing in the market?
He excels, yes. Here he is 7 to 750.
Take the punt over here, number 2. To beat King Potter, he's getting a tongue tie for the first time.
And I reckon it's going to be handlebars down in this race, and he's going to be the profiter of that crazy tempo. So I reckon Bush could boom Preeminence and King Potter are just going to the handlebars down. And this guy's going to be right there as well.
Yeah, he might just come out of it, this fellow. Yeah. So he'll get his chance at that price. How many have we got left here? Got 11 of them, so we can have something each way. Simply Excels number 2 is $7 at the moment on tab. Got 4 in the mix. King Potter, I would prefer him on a good 4, I've got to admit. So we'll see how he goes here. Number 1, Preeminence, definitely. He's got the speed map here all sorted. He can jump and put himself wherever Luke Dempsey wants. And then I've got Macro, who's probably going to give him a little bit of a start, but can run on strongly. 2, 4, 1 and 6.
Yes, well, I had settled on my little friend King Potter here, and sort of quoting that run he had behind Give Me Space, beating a length to going across the line, half length behind Boomtown Boss. I could see it. I would have liked to have drawn inside.
Yeah, that's, you know, the problem is Doomben on soft days. I don't know what happens here, because last time also it was heavy. Today is soft. I don't know. This track plays very differently the moment it becomes anything apart from good.
There's a little bit of money.
I really like the 2. There's a huge, I mean, why should the 2 lose?
She's backed up a point now.
And she may be a benefactor.
Anyway, we'll give it a shot too.
I mean, we've had these races where the speed has been stacked.
And 13.
But we might get a race where they actually do go very, very quick, which will set up for somebody to get off the backs. All right, let's get to Anthony before we go to David.
All right, Preeminence got into 420 there at one point, and it was looking likely that it was going to start favourite. But in the last 90 seconds, 420 to 460, and King Potter back into 440 is now your favourite, and $4 now. So the late money's with King Potter when it looked like it was going to be for Preeminence. Micros at 5, Dazzling Diamonds at 5, and Simply Excel 750. Number 4, the late move. Let's get to David.
Simply Excels comes up. So King Potter and Dazzling Diamond to complete the line. The favourite is King Potter. Dazzling Diamond goes up. King Potter moves in. All in, set to go. Ready to break. Racing now. Rock Hard Love didn't begin too well towards the inside. Preeminence off the rails. Gate was fast away. King Potter's got better speed early and Wishka Boom driving between the pair. Just behind them, Simply Excels. Gallery Master about fifth away. Divine Jim landing sixth on the rail. Macro was a little bit wide for the first bend, even deeper Dazzling Diamond. Rock Hard Love just behind that pair. Then Immortality and Lord Vader. 700 left to run. King Potter is in control of affairs and travels well. Leads Bush Kaboom by neck. Preeminence third. The box six. Simply Excels in fourth. Dazzling Diamond doing it tough out three wide. The first for 35.93. Baker on about sixth coming to the bend. Then Gallery Master, Divine Gem. Rock Hard Love, Immortality and Lord Vader. They wheel for home, short of 400 left to run. King Potter now being ridden along. Bush Kaboom joins it and heads it. Simply Excels up outside the pair. Preeminence looking for a run between that trio and getting it. Then Dazzling Diamond and Rock Hard Love was wider. Bush Kaboom now tackled in earnest by the stablemate Simply Excels. Preeminence has got the rails run. Tries to come after Simply Excels. Simply Excels in front and what? Simply Excels just beat
2-1. 2. Man, that 13 did not get there.
Then Gallery Master, Macro, Divine Jim, Lord Vader, Immortality, 111 and 38.
Simply Excels beats Preeminence. Good finish. Whisker Burn was up there, holds on. Gee, that was a run by Dazzling Diamond at 1,200 metres. She couldn't get in at all and has been able to hold down fourth spot. But Simply Excels had to really use a bit of gas to get that fourth position, third, fourth, one out, one back. And then travelled okay, but presented beautifully at the top of the straight. You clearly see the leader, King Potter, under a lot of pressure at that point. Preeminence was looking for a run. He managed to get up on the inside. It looked as if he was going to be pretty strong late, and he was. But it was simply a case of Ryan Maloney nursing this big chestnut fellow. Simply Excels. You can see Luke Dempsey all out on Preeminence near the rails. And Maloney, just the hands going, just keeping him going. And he maintains a margin, albeit only about, a head to a neck on the line. Preeminence sort of had to wait for the run to appear. You can see Luke just going back towards the inside of the heels of Bush Kaboom, who's just about had enough. So he's got plenty of room on the rails, and he's starting to close in on Simply Excels, who has established the lead at this point. So Ryan Maloney just worried out of it in the opening leg of the quaddy on Alpha Bravo goes one better, albeit only slightly here, Bernie. So Simply Excels. All of his starts have been on wet. Can't wait to see him one day right up on top of the ground.
Yeah, that's right, Maxie. He was terrific today. Craig Kavanagh joins us for a chat on behalf of Tony Gollan. I see Tony's mum over there. Do you think I should be chatting to her, Kath?
She'll get too excited and I forget what she's going to say.
Think she'd give him a rap?
Oh, she'd rap the horse, rap Tony, everyone.
Well, let's chat about this horse. Simply Excels just got the perfect trial today. The tempo was good.
Yeah, it was a great ride by Ryan. He just kept on persevering until he got where he wanted to be, and then just give him a little bit of a spell mid-race, and then just peel off their backs and put a bit of pressure on just before the corner. The horse, he looked like he was going to beat him by a long way, but he's a little trait. He's still a big kid. He just wants to run about a bit, and that when he gets in front. But it was good to see him get that big head down and win.
Well done.
Thank you.
All right, let's have a chat with Ryan now. Obviously, he was afforded a nice start, got into a great spot, looked as though everything went pretty smooth.
Yeah, I did get flushed out a little bit early, but I was quite happy because I knew I had Preeminence inside me, and I just thought if I could keep there in a pocket and kick on the corner, it should be too good, which worked out that way.
Back to 1,200 today. I think that was a deciding factor.
Yeah, he's very consistent. He's very straightforward. His record should prove a little bit better than what I was. When I rode him at Eagle Farm, he was just left out in front for too long, and I said that day it'd be Doomben, but I think it would have been a different story.
So what happened here is 218. That is what we've got. That's the pressure line. 2. 8 was there, but 1 was an increment. That's the pressure line. It just did not go to any of the drifts. 218 and then probably 12.
Two to come. Okay, short price favourite coming up here in race number 6, Calzar, a 3-year-old by Calix, and he's having his first start, but gee, he's trialled well, and there's a bit of expectation about this fellow. So here's the short price favourite, 115 now, backward cleans 550, and $13 about the others. Let's get out to the track, Gav and Mel, to talk you through it.
Anthony, race number 6 on the program here. Second leg of the quaddie, midway maiden over the 1400 metres. Navy Pier came out about an hour ago. Number 3 on Vet's advice. Favourite $1.16. Calzar, first starter. Ash Morgan from an inside gate riding him. L4 Nathan Doyle.
Yeah, he's shot in the market, but he's definitely entitled to be. He's on debut of 2 trials, which he's won at both of those. He's been ridden differently in each of his trials. He led his first trial and he wasn't asked to do a lot over the final stages, and then in his latest heel back on the 2nd of April, he got a long way back. He had to be ridden along at the top of the straight, but he really knuckled down nicely over the final stages. He's drawn nicely here today. He kicks off at 1400 metres. I do think he's going to be a horse that will get out over further in time, but this looks like a beautiful maiden to kick off his career, albeit short in the market. He looks the part in the yard walking out down the race there. He looks a beautiful big horse on our pictures, and he looks the horse to beat.
Now let's have a look at Proclivity. Like the toppy is a first starter for Clary Connors and Aaron Bullock.
Yeah, he's had his trial space. He's had 5 trials to date since December of last year. He was placed in his latest at Warwick Farm. He travelled very strongly behind the speed. He was pushed along, but I thought he responded okay into 3rd position. He gets the advantage of an inside gate here today. Unlike our favourite, he is having a good look around. He looks quite new in the mounting yard, but I thought in a race that didn't have a lot of depth, he could definitely be a place chance here.
Savannah Golden Boys, number 5 for Daniel Robinson and Winona Costin.
His first up, he's had 2 trials. He actually hasn't been too far away in both of his trials. He was beaten 3 lengths in his latest at Rose Hill. He's only had the 2 career starts where he's beaten by large margins, but the trial suggests perhaps he's come back a slightly better horse this preparation. Lightly raced, being a 5-year-old, only having his 3rd career start, he'd be a place chance here.
Dorinian Rise, number 7, having her second start. Alicia Collett riding for John Thompson.
Yeah, she just looked to find the 1100 metres too sharp on debut. I think the step up to 1400 will certainly help her chances, and she looks like a filly that'll just continue to improve with racing. They've got the double handlers on her to keep her nice and relaxed, and that looks to be doing the job.
Backward Glance is the second favourite. Onto the 8 we go for Paul Perry and Adam Roper.
And she went back from the wide gate at Port Macquarie last start, and I thought she worked home nicely to be beaten 5.5 lengths. And although she finds a stronger race here today, she draws much kinder, which will allow her to settle closer in the run. She's been placed on heavy ground, and she gets the claim for Anna Roper. So I could definitely give her a place chance today.
Contraction is number 9, $51 chance. Jeff Pens are on board for Nick Mitchell.
He's an 8-year-old. He's a 5-year-old. He's had 8 career starts and yet to be placed in any of those. He led and weakened over the mile last start at Tamworth, so he comes back to 1400 metres with fitness on his side, but he finds a far stronger race than what he found himself in last start. I'll be happy to risk him.
Cup of Ambition is number 10 for Paul Perry and Regan Bayliss.
She's always a beautiful mare in the mounting yard. Today is no different. She holds good condition, well dappled up. She's had a number of chances to break a maiden. She does get favours from the draw, but she'd need to improve form-wise.
And Reigns at Pause is the last of them for Rod Bailey and Jenny Duggan.
He's been unplaced in 5 career starts. He needs a lot of luck from the barrier, and he's been beaten by fair margins his last few. He's presented beautifully in the yard, but his form's just not good enough.
Favourite $1.20 is Calzar, number 1. Second elect, he's Backward Glance at $6.50. And then out $12 and longer, the others. Proclivity heads the third line of betting at that $12 quote in for 15s, and the others are $18 and longer. It's all about Calzar, number 1 here, after a couple of trial wins recently, going by Calix, who presents the races under race condition for the first time. So he's $1.18 with the fixed odds. Second elect is, as I say, Backward Glance. Was had the 2 runs back, so comes here third up. Best of the others is Proclivity at $12 gelding by All Too Hard, who is on debut. Trying to catch up with Nathan Doyle, who is here somewhere. In fact, we might be able to find him. We'll just for the Lake Mail.
Yeah, I think he's going to do an owner's video, I would think, and then we'll get a quick chat with him. Lake Mail, 1, 8, 2 and 10. He picks himself, Calzar. He looks a beautiful gallop to look at physically. He's won both of his trials. I think he's versatile in the fact that they've ridden in 2 different ways at the trials, and he's been equally as good in both of those. 8 Backward Glance, she's at the peak of her condition now, third up into the preparation. She gets map favours today. She can settle a couple of lengths closer, and she has been placed on rain-affected ground in the past. The 2 Proclivity, he gets the additional winkers, having his first day at the races. He looks set to go here. He's had 5 trials to date. They've all been spaced, and I thought the latest was encouraging. And the 10 Cup of Ambition, although she's had a number of chances to break a maiden, she always looks well in the mounting yard, and today is no exception. 1, 8, 2 and 10.
The 1, 8, 2, 10, the late mail numbers. So Navy Pier with a $7.50 chance when being scratched a bit over an hour ago or so. So, and at that point was the third favourite. So that favourite, the favourite Calzar tightened up even further. So it was 135 this morning, NOP wise, 116. Now is $1.22 and $1.20 with the fixed odds. And Nathan Doyle about to come over with Mel. There he is. He's chatting with some of the owners, of course, who are part of Australian bloodstock. And this fellow expected, as the market's any indication, to win today. We'll see what the trainer thinks. Nathan's out there now with Mel.
Nate, he's a short price favourite, but he looks pretty impressive at the trials.
He's been good at the trials. He's still learning though. And see what he did to Ash past the post. A good look at that gap. I actually said to Ash, trot him up to the 100 metre mark and get past that winning post, so he knows what it's all about. And looking for Ash's confidence on the horses. But no, he's found the right race. He set it up in good order. He's handling the occasion well, so he handles wet tracks. That's all up to him.
So he led his first trial, and then obviously was ridden quiet in his latest. Was that by design?
Yeah, because he didn't have a trial. Actually, he's just always in the lead. He really didn't know what to do. But you see second trial, and he aimed up at the leader, and he really attacked. I think that would be the ideal scenario. He had something to chase, but at the same time, it's not a strong race, so it's all up that.
Him off at 1,400 metres. Are you of the opinion he's going to get out over further in time?
Yeah, I think he can get a mile and further in time. I don't think he's a sharp sprinter. You see him in his trials, he just seems to wind up. So I think the 1,400, with the right race, was the right starting point.
Good luck.
Thank you.
Here's Nathan Doyle. Speaking of the favourite, who was over there getting around to the gates. Bit of race 6, second leg of the quadding, first leg taken out by Motor Scarfo, who came from a long way back. Andrew Atkins on board for John Thompson, and Garunio Rise representing the stable here.
Okay, that was our short class favourite heading around to the badge. You can see he's a bit reluctant to head over the crossing, and this is what he did at the trials. He won the trial and then he unloaded Ash, because I don't know if it's the winning post or what it is that he's getting a fright of. So this is why Ash is taking him up to the 100 metre mark and just giving him a look at things. So he, in his first trial, he never did anything wrong, and then in the second trial, when he was making up good ground, he passed the leader, won the trial, and then just ducked out the gap. So you can see there they've got the pony alongside him, just coasting him along, just trying to give him a little bit of confidence. Obviously, he works here on this track, so he should be familiar with it, but he was just a little bit new to head out around the barriers.
Okay, so he's at $1.24 in favourite here. There's the crossing. And over he goes. And importantly, the man that was in the saddle remains in the saddle.
That's the
He's
most
okay.
important.
He's off to the gates. All right, so now anything at a longer price that might be worth including in the multiples, well, I see that there is money for range and pause down the bottom, sprinkling the contraction. So if you were to stand the favourite out in some exotics, what can you throw in behind?
Well, the horse that I would probably throw in would be Backward Glance. I know that she's only been close at Country Grade, their last start at Port Macquarie, but what I like is the fact that she's drawn kinder and she handles long affected ground. She gets a claim for Anaropa. She's obviously the second there at 850, but she's probably the only one. The other one is probably Proclivity, purely for the fact that there's no exposed form with him. He's only got trial form to go off. They've taken their time with him. He's a nice type to look at in the yard. He's got a good, strong rider on board. But I think Calzar just needs to do things right, and he should get on his winning way at career start number 1.
Okay, Anthony, it is all about Calzar and the upcomer.
Yeah, 125 he is. That's pretty much the price he's been throughout betting. He touched 118. That was the shortest price I saw. But 125. Backward Glance 850. Proclivities at 12. Cup of Ambition 14. And Garinian Ride is $19 chance. But yeah, he's all the rage, Calzar. Final thoughts, Mel?
Yeah, I think he's obviously the horse to beat, Anthony. I would be lying if I said I wasn't a little bit nervous at the way he spun around heading out onto the track there, but hopefully when he's under full race conditions, he'll do everything right.
Okay, they're moving in this Backward Glance going in, and the last few will load shortly thereafter. This midway of Maiden. Race 6, let's head upstairs. Here's Luke.
White cap on. Snapple Maiden's Backward Glance. They are different colours as well. Backward Glance, chestnut. Cup of Ambition, a bay. Garinian Ride to move forward in company with Contraction, Range and Pause, and Savannah Golden Boy. Well, he certainly finds the right race to debut in Calstar. There does appear a lack of depth here. $8.50 Backward Glance at the only other horse at a single figure price. So 2 to move up. Savannah Golden Boy is joining the line. And Range and Pause coming in for Jenny Duggan back in the saddle. Hasn't ridden since December. Red lights are on. They're set to go at Newcastle. And they're racing. A pretty level line. Favourite jump fairly, but musters speed. Calstar is in the first 2 or 3. Garinian Rye was away smartly. Contraction showing pace. And they're the first 2 on settling down. Calstar's going to tuck into the 1-1 trail. He's on the outside of Proclivity going a little keen. Back on the inside was Backward Glance from Savannah Golden Boy, Cup of Ambition. And 2.5 away last was Range and Pause. 950 metres to go. Garinian Rye finds the lead and controls the race. Ahead in front of Contraction. Third defence Proclivity, and Calstar enjoys a nice run in transit. He's 4th Relax as well. Back behind those Backward Glance centre field. From Savannah Golden Boy, Cup of Ambition, and the last one was Range and Pause. Leaders just increasing the tempo here. Garinian Rye before the turn, 550 metres to go. Only a little galloper. Garinian Rye leads by half a length on Contraction. Now he's out and moving on Calstar and just trying to take the favourite through his gears. He's hanging on the turn and a little green. Just brushed there with Proclivity. Early in the straight, Contraction. Proclivity. Calstar not there yet. Cup of Ambition. And Backward Glance has slipped up on the inside. 250 metres to go. Calstar getting mobile now. He looms on the outside and hits the lead. Proclivity, Backward Glance, box on. It's Calstar in front. He's riding in confidently as Morgan, and he's going to come down and win. Calstar, better for the experience. He'll win it by 3/4 on a photo. Proclivity and Backward Glance, Cup of Ambition, a gap away 4th. Then came Garinian Rye, Savannah Golden Boy, Range and Pause and Contraction.
Right, this is what we've got for the 7th one. It's a class 5. 4, 7, 5 and 10. 4 is the favorite. Now 4 has a weight appreciation, so 4 probably is going to be there in some way or the other. And the other horse which has weight appreciation is 2. They're tailing gates. But it's again the same distance. We've seen what happened here, 281. That's the pressure line that got through. Here, if we look at the pressure line, then we get 16, which is the linear. But what's happening is it's a class 5. This was a class 1. And if we look at the pressure on the class 1, it's like that. And in a class 5, it's like that. 30, 65, 55. This is lower, this is higher. So I have a strong feeling it is, I mean, this is just my personal thoughts. There are two reasons for that. One, the managements are kind of weird on this one with the pressure lines. Apart from that 5, which is there within the odds, everything else is kind of defaulting. So if we look through the rails, that 4 is the top one, okay? But this one is the largest inner drift, and 1200 meter inner drift, outer drift, that's a separate thing. This is what we get, 2 and 1 neck to neck with the appreciation. That's one way of looking at it. The other thing is, if the 4 is the favorite, then we'll have to take a look at the 10, which has got one Group 1 race, and it's probably in one of the best hands, and there's almost no pressure on this horse. If you look like that, then it is 8. That's the smallest. 4, one of the drifts. 2 is here. 6, 4. I don't think it is going to go on the pressure line. Because these horses are very much there. These are league horses and they've been given advantage. This is all advantage. This, we had nothing like that apart from the 13 where I took a chance, it did not work. But the 2 got through the pressure, and 2, 1, 8, that's the pressure line. But this was a class 1 where the pressure is much higher, lower. But here in a class 5, they have increased the pressure like nobody's business. So I don't think it is going to go on this class, on the pressure line. I think at the end of the day, it is going to be 10. If 10 wins, then probably 4 is there in some way or the other. But that 8 and 2 will... The 8, let's not talk about the 8. 8 is also in very good hands, actually. 8 is also in very good hands. That's the lowest pressure. This is, out of this is the highest pressure. So this thing can backfire royally with 4. I can't go with the 16. The 16 probably has the highest pressure line. This is the linear. Generally at 1200 meter, this is the winning horse. But on a class 5, looking at the pressure line and the advantage on the horses that are Group 1 horses, this may not work. We'll take a look at the 8. We'll take a look at the 2. I think 2 is better because this is 48.54. This is pretty much neat. So we'll take a look at the 2. We'll take a look at the 10. But on soft days, this particular track becomes merciless. This track is very difficult on soft days. The War Horse Wallace, welcome back. We're still going to take a look at them. They just had the Paddock Wallace. Let's see if we get a War Horse. The War Horse here looks like the 10 on documents. It's a 4-year-old mare. It's always getting stale. Man, they waste a lot of time doing all this drama.
Okay, doing race number 7, the class 5 here, 1200. John Rambo, he's very popular. He's now favourite from Town Crier, 310. Got him in at $3.60. Let's get out to the team on Blackburnian. That's it.
Welcome back to Doomben for race 7 on the card, class 5, and it's over 1,200 metres. Equal favourites Town Crier and John Rambo, followed hotly by Bohemian Lad. Let's take a look at Emperor Maxi. He will have stripped fitter, Matt Dunn and Andrew Mully.
Yeah, for that good first up run at Eagle Farm over the 1,000. He was close up behind Herb, so good, sat just behind them and was nice and strong on the line. Gets a nice run from the inside gap, just off the speed.
First of our favourites is the 4, Town Crier. Matt Hoy said Luke Dempsey.
Due to race last Saturday, but I think he was 6th emergency and he just missed out. He had a wide gate anyway, but they just had to wait a few days. He's got a good draw here, Town Crier, and he's been in great form this time in, beating Seth, Nick Hanham and Adiella on a dual day at the coasts. He sits at a tip over trial at Bow Desert. Everything looks positive for him today. The only thing, Bernie, again, we're just talking about the track. He's had 8 starts on good for 5 wins and a second. He doesn't have any wet form at all. So that's in the back of my mind with him. But he is in career best form right now.
Bohemian Lad is being very well supported. David Van Dyke, Noel Callow.
Well, it's good to see because he's a lovely sort, this guy, and he's a big horse, but he looks tuned up. He's just going by us now from our vantage point. He looks fabulous, doesn't he?
Doesn't he?
He looks as if he's done enough to be hard to beat here. And his overall form is great. He's had 13 starts, 4 wins, 4 seconds, 2 thirds. We haven't seen him since winning over 1,400, which I thought would probably be a stretch. He did beat Hillcrest Avenue, but just goes to show his versatility, this horse. He can settle back or be handy. I think if he jumps well, he'll position, maybe 4th or 5th, just behind them. And I think that'll give him a great chance for a first up win.
Here's John Rambo from the Tony Gollan stable, Martin Harley.
Fair bit of pace in this race, and Johnny Rambo and Martin Harley will be hoping for that, in particular Martin, because if they do happen to sort of hold up, he can get really strong, this horse, but everything worked out. Tailor-made first up for him. He darted back to the inside and got up and scored a good win. Can Johnny repeat that? That's what you've got to ask yourself. Can he make it back-to-back wins?
Outweighed is the 8, Paula Barron and Boris Thornton.
She was terrific early in her career as a 3-year-old. She was going through the ranks and getting up in the ratings fairly quickly, but she just got to this open level and just battled to win again, but she's never far away.
Certainly can. Tony Goll and Emily Lang.
Got the right scenario. This course of distance 2 ago went winning. Things went wrong last start. Again, over this course and distance, when they were getting off the fence, and she had the thumps. They checked her out afterwards, so not sure whether she can bounce back though.
Party Spirit, Rob Heathcote, Jane Graham.
Barrier 8, she's a forward runner. She's usually at her best when she can lead or sit in the first 2 or 3. This is probably as hard as it gets for her, though.
David Van Dyke with Last Chance Saloon, Ange Jones.
Happy to watch Last Chance Saloon. He's first up today.
He also has Luton Who with Mark Duplessis.
Yeah, this is a little bit harder than last prep. He seemed to get better over around about a mile, so watching.
And Air Marshall is from the Renita Beaton stable with Damien Thornton.
Yeah, it was okay last start. It wasn't a very heavy track when running second here behind I Am a Marvel.
Alrighty. Well, no problem working out the favourite now, Maxie.
Yeah, Johnny Rambo. They love him. Mr. Racing.
Tailing is when you see one horse dragging another horse to the paddock or from the paddock to the gates. Like this one is getting tailed.
They are the owner of...
This one is getting tailed. Tailing is when you see that man with the red jacket tailing, dragging that horse to the
It's a race he can't win. It sets up nicely.
gates of the paddock. If it is a 5-year-old and above, that's a problem. If the horse is 5-year-old, it's a problem. Even for a 4-year-old, it's a problem. 3-year-old fillies, 4-year-old mares, it doesn't matter that much. But if it's a horse or a gelding, then it's a problem.
Well, she's definitely handlebars down.
So I don't know if I want to get into this one because honestly speaking, I like the 16 with the pressure point. That's hands down the one that I like. But I don't think this will work here because this 10 has a Group 1 race and it's in very good hands. And it's a lot of advantage. It's a lot of advantage, that 2 and that 10. There's a lot of advantage on these two horses. They both are league races. 10 has been to a Group 1 race. It's almost no pressure on this horse with one of the best jockeys. It can backfire both ways. If I go with the 10, if it doesn't have pressure, it'll have to run on its own, which it is quite capable of doing, but it lacks physics. Then it is just the horse running. It doesn't have physics with it. So I'm going to be out. I'm not going to get into this. This can backfire both ways. Stay out, Wallace. This is probably the best thing.
We'll see if he can, at least get something on the board for a soft track, but he's yet to do that.
That 16 has tremendous amount of pressure to win this race.
Obviously, Emperor.
And that 4 is one of the best horses without any pressure. So I don't know which way it'll go.
5-2. So we come to you, Anthony.
Okay, yeah, he's...
And the 4 is a drift, is in a very funny hand. They're at a 60% drift out, making losses.
When you guys feel free.
What? It's too late.
Equal favourite for the moment, both at 3:30 with John Rambo, but the clock ticks. He might even start favourite Bohemian Maiden. Town Crier at $3.50. He will start favourite Bohemian Lad. He's been the best back, but John Rambo always seems to have his supporters as well.
Nice top of the load. Here's David.
Spot up. All set to go. Red light on. flashing brightly.
16 and 10.
All set.
Can go any direction.
They can,
Wallace. You've got two extremes.
400 metres ahead of them. Racing. Oh, the jockey of Luton, who has been
16, the jockey fell down.
Contention. He tried to hang on, but couldn't.
16, the jockey kind of fell down, so the 16 is out. Is it 16 or 2?
They drive to the first bend, Party Spirit, landing about fifth, then Bohemian Lad and John Rambo, they're keeping company, and Air Marshal and Last Chance Saloon with the last pair, with Luton who are dislodging the jockey just after the start. Down the side now with 6:50 left to run, certainly can. Use some petrol to phone control from Outweighed and Party Spirit 3 wide. Town Crier Park 4th the rail. In the centre with Emperor, 3 wide with cover John Rambo. He's put himself into a striking position. The Jocker Bohemian Land now navigates the path to get behind John Rambo. Air Marshal wider, then came Last Chance Saloon. Town Crier going back to the inside. Certainly can at the 250 metres led the way. John Rambo now off the leash. He's running on strongly. Oh, he's looking good, real good. Running on Bohemian Land, but John Rambo is off and gone. He's in great form this campaign.
7.
John Rambo by 4.
7.
Second, Town Crier third. The popular trifecta results. Party Spirit for the first 4. Then certainly can. Emperor, Last Chance Saloon, Outweighed Air Marshal, and Luton 2 has trailed them home, but dislodging jockey Mark Duplessis at the jump.
So John Rambo, didn't he just cruise up to them at the top of the straight with Martin Harley, his rider, making all of the right moves? And he's been too good for Bohemian Lad. Something sort of happened at about the 450 metres mark. There was a bit of movement going on, and all of a sudden he was sort of off the bit and chasing Bohemian Lad. He did a good job in the straight, but this guy was off and gone. He was ready for the shower. John Rambo, and he's made it back-to-back wins. So this is the horse that dislodged the rider prior to going for a spell. He got on heels because he is a little bit tricky. Keep your eye on gate number 14 here, Luton Who, for Mark Duplessis. Just put his head down, and Mark's got his left foot still in the iron there, and he's taken a tumble, Mark Duplessis. So we'll just get a report on him in a few moments' time as soon as we can, but usually the guys over there, the paramedics, will ask him just to stay there until the ambulance can get back around. So we'll let you know regarding Mark as soon as we hear anything. But in the meantime, Bernie, John Rambo has come back a different horse. He's been threatening to do this, put together dominant back-to-back wins for ages now. It's just been a matter of getting the right circumstances, and he has in 2 runs back.
Yes, I actually think he could be named after Craig Kavanagh. Is that true, Craig?
Certainly, they named him after me for sure.
He's a great style of a man as well, just like you.
Yeah, I'm still growing up and he's still growing up.
That was dominant today. Actually, it was electric turn of foot that he showed.
Yeah, Marty gets on well with his horse, and he just travels so kind in the run, and he just sort of, let him move forward 3 and 4 wide. Sort of he had a lot of horse underneath him, and just held him up, and when he let him go, especially on this sort of track today, shifty going, he really let down.
It would appear to be his preferred surface. Oops, sorry about that. That's 4 wins, I think, on these soft tracks, so he does adore it.
Yeah, like sort of bid by Adelaide. They seem to like a bit of moisture in the ground. And this horse at the moment is really enjoying what he's doing, and which is good because he's always showing us something at home.
7, 5, 4 and 12.
One day he will turn the corner and he won't look back.
He always likes the hot, fast flow of a race. Does that mean you stick at this kind of trip?
Yeah, he's bred to get over a bit more ground, but while there's plenty of speed on it,
you don't get it.
And
that played a little funny. I'll tell you why. That played a little funny. I did not like it from the very beginning. I'll tell you why it played funny. So 16 was holding the highest pressure. 16 was holding the highest pressure. The 4, which was the favorite, was a 60% drift out on the economics. So these guys are making losses. they kind of not in a state to win. We had physics on this horse. This is a complete pressure line. We had a physics on this horse, but it's a soft. I did not want to emphasize on the 7, but this is a physics which we had. This generally works very well at Randwick, Flemington. This works very well there, but today this is something that happened here. It was in a moderate hand, but it just went through. What the result is 7, 5, 4, and 12. So 7 and 5 are two of the. If you take off 16 with the highest pressure, then 7 and 15. These are the two highest pressure. Okay, 12 was adrift. It could not get in. It is not in a position to win. So it came in 4th, and 4 came in 3rd. So it went through the pressure line again. That I don't like what happened with 16, because that looks like a little drama that happened. This thing looks like a little drama that happened. And look at the number of scratchings these people have. 4, 15, 2, and 1.
He's jumping up 7 kilos off his last start win, but he's definitely racing well.
Another one who likes the win track, week 2, number 3 for Richard Collins, Ben Osmond.
His first start off 2 trials, he was beaten a length and a half in his latest. He is a horse that's generally better suited out over a little bit further and deeper into the campaign, but he's another one that'll love getting his toe in the ground. This looks like a lovely kick-off point for him. I actually don't think I've seen him first up in a preparation, and he's a horse that holds good natural conditions, so I would think physically he'll need this run today.
Colours of Autumn is in the market, number 4 for Randwick up and Dylan Gibbon.
Yeah, she's had 2 runs back, and they've both been in the provincial qualifiers, and I thought she was really good first start, beating a length and a half, and then last start she was caught off the track. I thought she was perhaps the improver in the race. She's generally a horse that improves deeper on into the campaign. She's drawn to do no work, and she's nice and healthy in the boat.
So relaxed. She's not tough to sleep out there.
He does.
Fabulati Reen, he's number 5. But John O'Shea, Tom Charlton, and Angela.
Yeah, this is another mare that I think is open to improvement. She's a horse that doesn't hold a lot of excess. She's had 3 runs, all at metropolitan grade. She was placed 2 runs ago at Wyong, and then things didn't go right for her last start of Warwick Farm, where she was caught off the track. She's drawn in the middle here, and she's another one that loves getting the toe in.
Empress of Japan is the last start winner, number 6 for Michael Friedman and Keegan Latham.
She's probably the filly with the upside. We've seen her break a maiden on debut going back some time ago at Gosford as a 2-year-old. She just lost away for a little while, but she was very impressive to win at Goulburn last start. That was in a 66. She needs to take the next step here today, but I definitely think she's more than capable in this type of grade. Keegan knows her really well, and this is the first time I've seen her for a little while, and she's really developed physically.
Now, Mischievous Molly, number 7 for Wayne and Shane Wilkes.
She gets the addition of blinkers today. She was a winner first up at Taree after 6 months off the scene. She just raced a little front second up at Musselbrook. I think third up with the claim. She can definitely improve here today.
Field Peewee, number 8, $41 Hope for Damien Lane and Greg Buckley.
He was just run off his legs first up at the 1,280 metres at Musselbrook. The step up in trip will certainly suit. I could see them rolling forward from the gate. He's generally a horse that's better when he can dictate terms upward speed.
Moonlight Grace, number 9, Alan Keogh, combining with Akaropa.
We haven't seen the best of her for a little while. Of course, she won a Midway going back a couple of years ago. She was the runner-up at Wyong 3 runs ago, I should say, but she's been placed to playing her last few. She gets the claim today for Anaropa. She's definitely a horse with ability. We just haven't seen the best of that for a little while.
Number 10 is Bertie, the Kid War of Joe Ford.
Well, he loves rain-affected ground. He was good to win here 2 runs ago when he was well supported in the market. I thought he was playing last start at Doomben, albeit he was caught wide the trip. He's just a horse that needs to get the right run in transit, and he's definitely capable.
Special day is the last of them. Ash Morgan riding for Paul Perry.
She's 4 weeks between runs. She's a complete forgive here last start. She was back towards the inside. She was held up at the top of the straight, beaten 4.5 lengths, of course, in the same race as Bertie. She'll probably go back again from the draw, and she's probably better suited out over a little bit further, but it was a bit of an eye-catcher last start on the Beaumont, so if she could reproduce that, she'd be a place chance at big odds today.
We go about 5.5 minutes out in the 7th. There's been good money. Hellfire Express here, 480 into 280. And is now a very clear-cut favourite. Second to leg is Empress of Japan, who is 480 into 440. Third line of betting occupied by Colours of Autumn, with the response in terms of the market for the other pair has gone 440 out to 550. Hopefield Prince 7 out to 10. Then we go to $12 for Mischievous Molly, and the other one at $12 is Auntie Green. So best back Hellfire Express, who ran 5th at Hawkesbury, burst up before going back to the trials, tried on a heavy track on the Beaumont track, and Bill Stanley takes 3 off and does have the outside gate and comes in with 50 the play. All right, so they're about to head out now for the 7th event. Something look Empress of Japan just tightening up again. As to indeed does the favourite. Empress of Japan went 480 to 440 now into $4.20. Who was a winner last time out. That was down at Goulburn over the 1,400 metres. Goes up to 1,500 today. And she's trying a heavy track for the first time this afternoon. But there is market confidence there. And the Colours of Autumn, who really runs a bad race from a very good stable, as we know, with Brad Witter. And she was 4th at Hawkesbury, 2 back before finishing 6th in a stronger race, the Provincial Midway Wild Card there at Wyong on April 3. Okay, Mel, over to you as the runners head out.
Yep, got Rosie Giller with me, representing Brad Witter with Colours of Autumn. Rosie, this mare, she's had 2 runs back, and safe to say they've been in stronger company than what she finds herself in today.
Yeah, listen, last start, you sort of need to put a line through it. She drew wide and just had no luck, and she ran home okay, and anyway we decided to bring her here today, and she's in good order. I just hope that we can get the run from barrier 1. You know, sometimes barrier 1 is tricky as well, so yeah, hopefully Devon can pilot her around today.
One thing you do know is that she loves racing here at Newcastle.
Yeah, she has. She's won a couple of times here and won well here as well. So, as I said, we just got to get things right today and make sure she can have a bit of luck as well, and hopefully get out at the right time.
Yeah, although she's drawn barrier 1, is she a horse that needs to find a feed early?
Listen, we're not going to buff her out of a comfort zone. You know, I don't want to be too far away, you know, being the track that it is here today. So we'll just have her in a comfort zone, and hopefully she can get out and get run home.
And the team also have Hardpoint in the last, coming back in great.
Yeah, again, he's a lovely horse. We've freshened him up. He's come back in grade, and he's really well today. He's quite well in the tie-ups out there, and I'm really happy with how he's looking and how he's feeling. He's great. Thank you.
Here it is, Rose Giller, representing Brad Witter. So the favourite got into as short as 270. Hellfire Express just gets out with 320 quote. Now the money coming for Empress of Japan, who tightens 480 into 390, and the others have all drifted. There are probably a longer price than had been expected. Nonetheless, Hellfire Express and Empress of Japan both have been best backed.
No, I've left Hellfire Express out. I'm including in the reporting that that's irrelevant after being knocked out for the first leg. I am 4-6, 5 and 2, leaving Colours of Autumn on top in what is a very open race. Just like the fact that she races well here. She's been placed on soft ground in the past, and she's coming back a lot in grade here today. She had no luck last start at Wyong in the provincial wildcard, and prior to that, she wasn't far away in the midway qualified and at Hawkesbury. The 6 Empress of Japan, I've got a soft spot for this filly. I really like her. I think she can take confidence off her last start win at Goulburn in a 66. She just needs a little luck getting out at the right time. She's a real momentum filly, and she's drawn back towards the inside. Auntie Reen is coming back in grade after racing in Metro grade her last few. She loves getting a toe in. And the 2 Oakfield Prince is another one that loves running effective ground. The question mark is, can he carry 61.5 kilos and win? He was able to win 2 runs ago with 59.5, and of course didn't have the best out in the WMG Cup last start after working off the barrier. 4, 6, 5 and 2.
Okay, at the start, so just over a minute out, they're about to start loading here, Anthony. So Hellfire Express and now late Empress of Japan, the 170 that come for.
Yeah, 340 rather about a Hellfire Express. Was about 370 when you started the mounting yard, now 340. So it's come up an Empress of Japan, 380 as it stands. That's about as short as that filly has been throughout betting. I saw her win at Golden last time out, and she come from a mile back. So no surprise to see she's been supported. Colours of Order has been soft. Oakfield Prince 9 and Auntie Renee at $11. Let's get to Luke. Yep, they're loading. Let's get to Luke.
The 350 favourite in the shape of Hellfire Express. Each one is starting to move in quite nicely here. Bottomed out at $2.70. Did Hellfire Express, but he's getting a push back out now. Around 5 or 6 runners out the back of the gates here. Bound to move in is Oakfield Prince. Moonlight Race, Special Day, and Auntie Ren. So Oakfield Prince moving up, Auntie Ren, Hellfire Express. Your 330 favourite, Hellfire Express, is being...
Araman 6. Yep. Where have you been, Araman? Not racing at Doomben?
Second line. Goulburn. Last start, found the best part of the track there, but gee, it's impressive.
Not that there's a lot happening at Doomben.
Ready for a start. Starter has them. They're away now. Special Day out the back when they hit the ground. Jumping nicely, Mischievous Molly. It's pushing its way through to lead. Moonlight Grace is also handy. Wide out goes the favourite, Hellfire Express, marching forward. Colours of Autumn holds its spot. Also there was Oakfield Pee-wee, followed by Oakfield Prince. Empress of Japan, Auntie Ren the outside, the next pair, followed by Bertie, Fee2 and Special Day. Off the back straight, 1,000 metres to go. Favourites eventually going to get there. Hellfire Express. He leads by 2 lengths. Outside of those was Oakfield Pee-wee. Moonlight Grace kicking through. Then Mischievous Molly, Colours of Autumn, Oakfield Prince. Further back in the field was Empress of Japan. Then came Auntie Ren, Bertie, Fee2, and the last one is Special Day. Hellfire Express trying to gallop these into the ground. Coming up to the home turn now, 550 metres to go. Hellfire Express, 2 lengths, Moonlight Grace. Coming under pressure, Oakfield Pee-wee, then Mischievous Molly easing around heels to the outside. Then Colours of Autumn as they turn from Oakfield Prince. They're into the straight. Empress of Japan trying to come through nearer the inside. It's Hellfire Express, a good leader. He's booted away. 3 lengths in front of Oakfield Prince running on. Auntie Ren, Birdie on the outside. Then Special Day inside the 150. Hellfire Express starting to stop now. On the outside, Oakfield Prince and Auntie Ren are getting close. Hellfire Express is walking. Oakfield Prince chipping away. Is he going to get there? Dives. Photo finish. Hellfire Express trying to scramble in. Oakfield Prince bobbed at him. Auntie Ren's run 3rd. Birdie's run 4th. Then Fee2, Special Day. Followed by Mischievous Molly. Empress of Japan didn't let down in that going.
Okay, this is the 8th one. This is the last race here today at Doomben. We've got the odds are 4, 15, 2 and 1. That 4 is the favorite, 15 to and 1. 2 has again league races, Group 1 races, but no pressure. If we look through the pressure line, that 10 is holding the highest pressure. Okay, that 10 is a check. It's the linear with management and in very good hands. 4 is also in very good hands. They are gate number 1 and 2. But generally, that doesn't happen. What happens is always something else will get in the between, and that's one of the drifts which are rightly here. There are 2 drifts. The largest 2 drifts are these ones, 48 and 41 here, 30, 35. That 2 is the league horse. It's got no pressure on it. We've seen that here with that league horse, no pressure on it. It did not do anything. On the contrary, the 16 fell down. It did not work. The 7, then the 5 got there. They were tailing gates as well. Here it's more or less the same situation. And that's one way of doing things. That's a 1200. Here there is a chance that this one, the 7, there is a chance that the 7 might just get through in between. It can actually, you know, this is 40%, 50% will not go there, 27% is okay. And here there is no pressure. There's no pressure on these horses. So 10, 19, 15, they're like that. The best jockey is probably on 2. That's the best jockey. That's a 5-year-old mare. Group 1 races, so that might get in, but it's probably here. The race is probably here. The race is probably here. We'll take a look at the 10. We'll take a look at the 7. 4 we already know. Two. Adam, and I don't disagree with what you're saying. You see, that's a Group 1 horse. That's a Group 1 horse. But now that's a call that needs to be taken. I seriously thought that the 10 in the previous one will win, but it did not have the pressure. So if you look at what's going on, so I thought the 10 will win. All right, I stepped out because I couldn't figure out which way it'll go. It was a dilemma. It was a confusion that I had. I seriously liked the 16 with the pressure. The 16 fell down, but it went to 7 and this thing. All right, 7 and 5. I thought the 10 is going to win. The 10 got nowhere because there was no pressure on this horse. In fact, the 12 got in 4th, and this one got in 3rd because it had to do something at least. It was the favorite. But you know, I did not like the last race the way it happened. I did not like it. what you're saying is about this too. This one still had about 50%. This is at down at 13% on a 1350 meters. It's got the best jockey, but it's got the best jockey. Now either that happens or that happens. Either this one is going to win because there's no pressure and it'll run on its own, but there's no physics on it. So either it's like you know, I don't know how to explain this, but it's like a car without a brake. And now it started raining. I have no clue, bro. I have no clue. And with a soft ground, this is playing even funny. Not funny. It is playing very weird. One, 5, 2, 10. 1. What is the point, Adaman? What is the logic? Why 1? God knows what. Now it started raining. One, 5, 2, 10. 1. They should publish a new race card once they have done the scratching with the right gate numbers. We don't know which gate which horse is coming out from. This is an assumption that is there. 1, it says gate number 11, but I'm sure they've changed that.
From Sky Thoroughbred Central, and hopefully we're closer there at Doomben.
Okay. A strong second up record. You know, Adam, and the thing is, here is the thing. I mean, if you listen to any of these gentlemen talking about horse racing, there are plenty of websites and YouTube channels. They provide information and picks on horse racing. There's one gentleman who's very famous. I don't want to name him, but he's kind of very famous, and he does it for the UK races. But here's the point. The point is, when you look, you know, it's very blurry. It gets very blurry when people talk about the past performance. That's there. I do not disagree to that. The past performance is the key. But then what? How do you measure that past performance? Is there a way? What I find happening almost everywhere, if you, I mean, there are situations when, you know, there's just a question of the right opening and the right chances. But apart from that, if you look at the results of the races, past performance is all. I mean, what happens during the racing is, on one side you have the past performance, and then to evaluate that past performance, there is a pressure. That means something like this: that let's say you have been eating 6 eggs in a day. All right. Now, what does that mean? That you've been eating 6 eggs? You're a great egg eater. But how good are you in eating eggs is when you're served with 12 eggs. So either you will eat 12 eggs and win it, or you will not be able to do that and you will fail. And you will stick to your 6 eggs bucket. I hope I'm able to, explain. But that's the point. I mean, you've been eating 6 eggs. Everybody knows that you have eaten 6 eggs. That's your past performance. But now you're served with 12 eggs. Can you eat that? That helps. I mean, that obviously helps. I mean, if you have eaten 6 eggs, I am happy to assume that you can eat at least 8. But if you've eaten 6 eggs and now you cannot eat 5, then there is a problem. So that's exactly what is here. So that's exactly what is here. You're talking about the 1, all right? The 1, we have numbers on this, but it has been served with 5 eggs. And the 10 also has numbers, which has been served with freaking 20 eggs. The question is, can it eat the 20 eggs? Or your 1, which has been served with 1 egg, will take it out because he's been eating 5 eggs. Now it's being served with 1 egg. So it's not a great job. It's not a big deal.
Happy horse, and he's very sound. So it's another chapter, and hopefully he can travel and do really well.
Could turn out to be a fat day for the Hayes family.
Oh, look, those races are very, very hard to win, but we'll do our best to have him there spot on the day. And it's a horse that has really run out of the first 3, so he's never let us down, and he travels there well and everything goes smoothly. He'll be very competitive.
Okay, new race time for this race is 4:49, so we're 8 or 9 minutes away for race 8, and they're in the yard of 68, 13.50. Here's Bernie and Maxi.
Yeah, thanks, Anthony. Let's take a look at Chief Witness here. Maxi.
No.
This is Corey Munt's stable with Cody Collis.
Yes, he's one of the synthetic, and his other.
We are from the present race. The past performance is the past performance. I'll explain.
So that worries me a little bit with him.
I'll explain.
Really well for
The past performance is the past performance.
but obviously in very good form.
That 2 can actually eat
Shorter than that this morning.
freaking 100 eggs, and now it has been served with 1 egg. No, 13 eggs.
5, but
That 2 can actually eat up
wet tracks.
100 eggs.
Been on good.
And it has been served with 13 eggs.
3rd at Rose Hill, 4th at Eagle Farm was good, and even the 8th at Ipswich, it was just a disaster where she was just stuck and couldn't get out. But
That's the problem.
Here's the favourite, number 4, Night Out. Matt Dunn, Andrew Mallion, and those blinkers coming off today.
Yeah, he just got a little bit keen at his first start here for Matt Dunn when he ran.
Huge advantage on that 2. Huge advantage. Plus, it's a Group 1 horse, but
So the blinkers are off.
that's no physics. There's no pressure. Will it be able to do it? Is
push for him, and the soft track is perfect. 2 of his 3 wins have been on soft ground, and he's placed on a heavy as well.
He just looks so terrific here today. His stablemate is the 5 Centre Bounce with Damien Thornton.
Yes, Matt Dunn suggests that she's a little bit at the crossroads at the moment. Track conditions
Okay.
are right, but she just needs to find a length or 2 to be in the finish.
Also, Martini is from the Jason Edwards stable. This mare is first up here today with Taylor Marshall.
Yeah, she's raced okay when fresh in the past, but she'll want something a lot further than this.
Where he put Speed Map in the mix, Ben Orens and Jake
the
Bates.
past performance is the past performance, but the pressure on this race, on this particular one, is what we are calculating here. That's how I can tell you where the pressure points are.
A better trip for him today.
Cinqueterra is.
But will they be able to deliver that pressure is
His first start.
something that we all need to find out.
Behind 23'rd. He went back from a wide gate and was held up turning into the straight, but kept on finding the line. So it was a tidy performance by this mare by Harry Angel.
Better be naughty. There's a bit of money for him.
Yeah.
Yeah, look at that. 11's into 750. Yeah, 750.
I think that the Matt Burney Callows riding, there's another positive, and the soft track stats.
Yeah.
Right, aren't they?
Great.
8 goes on the soft for 3 wins, a second and a third. So no wonder there's good sport.
Yes, exactly. Lumen's Lenny is the last winner. Scott Morrissey and Bailey Wheeler.
He's developed consistency this prep, there's no doubt about that. So it's 4 starts. Just drawn a little bit awkwardly, looking at the outside gate. He comes into gate number 11, and he can put himself in the first 3 or 4. And wet track stats, 5 goes for 1 win in the second.
Torpedo posing up with the pony there now. Billy Hilly and CJ Brown.
Yeah, she needs a good tempo here, and if she gets it, she can really storm home. She's placed a couple of times on soft. I think she'll produce a big finish here.
Mark Renahan trains 18 Treasurer with Georgie Cartwright.
Those 2 runs back would be a little bit better than they look on paper, so maybe one at a decent price that can get into the minor money.
Lutessa is the 19. Ange Jones replacing Mark Duplessis for Wayne Nugent.
Yeah, another one that could get into the minor money without surprise.
All right, that is how they look in the yard. What do you reckon, Maxie? Are you changing or sticking?
I'm going to stick, but respecting Better Be Naughty. 11 into 750. You pointed out the money, and it continues for Better Be Naughty. Like to have him in the mix, but look, it's a very open race. I'm with the 17 Torpedo. Number 17 on top. She's remained solid in the market. To beat 4 Boys Night Out. Probably prefer him over something a little further, but something tells me he's going to be very hard to beat here. Adavici number 2, and then 10, Cinque Terre.
I've gone 10, 2, 1, and 4, although something tells me I should be training, maybe changing.
They are also doing the same mathematics, Adaman. They are also doing the same mathematics.
Bernie, thank you. I like Max's Quinella there. Boys Night Out and Better Be Naughty.
17.
Goodness me, off to the gates they go, Doomben here at Newcastle.
You know why they're talking about the 17 is because it's a dedicated jockey on that 17. 17 and 7 both have
Yeah, although he hasn't won a race in a
dedicated
little while,
jockeys.
A glimpse of his old form last start at Gundagai, where he ran second in the cut there, beaten 3/4 of a length. If he could reproduce that, he'd definitely be in with a chance here, and he's definitely advantaged by the claim for Brave Knock.
Karma Zone is the 3 for Daniel Robinson and Olivia Chambers.
He was sound first up at Hawkesbury over the mile. He steps up to the 1850 today with a claim. He does race particularly well here, and he was doing a really good job last preparation out over 2,200 metres. So he's another one not without a chance here.
Majestic Style under the 4 we go for Paul Perry and Ash Morgan.
She's been well beaten in both runs this preparation. She is a horse that generally improves deeper on into the campaign and runs her best races on soft ground. So I think she gets a chance to improve here today. She just needs a luck.
The problem is that dedicated jockeys, they understand the horses very well.
He's a consistent galloper. I thought he was
They understand the horses very well, actually.
This preparation, he was simply outclassed last start in the Group 2. Tulloch back a lot in grade here today from a favourable draw, and he looks an absolute pitcher in the yard.
Magicon is in the market. Number 6 for Tracy Bartley and Aaron Bullock.
I think he's just taken a few runs to come to hand this preparation. He was very good at Hawkesbury 2 runs ago, and then he had to do too much work from the gate last start when settling up outside the leader. I'd like to see them riding quiet, and he loves rain-affected ground.
7 is November 4 for Mitchell Beer and Grant Buckley.
She's been out of the winner's circle for a little while also, but she's tracking in the right direction. She was placed 2 runs ago at Kembla, and I thought she batted on bravely at Doomben last start into 4th position. I'd say she'll roll forward from the gate.
80s Let's Go Johnny for Rod Bailey and Jenny Duggan.
He's been placed 2 from his last 4. Just don't know that he ran out 2,100 metres last start. Back to the 1850 will certainly suit, but I'd rather see him at a mile.
Equilibris is number 9 for Kerry Parker and Jason Collis.
Loved his run last start at Gosford. He got back in a slowly run race. He made up a stack of ground over the final stages to be beaten a length. He's an improver.
Road to Paradise to be ridden further forward. Karen McAvoy riding for Chris Lee.
Yeah, interesting runner. She was very good breaking a maiden on debut last preparation. She was very plain for mine here last start on heavy ground. She finds a heavy track here again, but perhaps she's looking for the extra distance.
And the final one for Kim War at J Ford is Bubba.
She's a 5 times winner. She hasn't been out of the has been out of the winner's circle for a little while, but she has raced well on occasions this preparation. Just a query to running a strong 1850 today.
Okay, so 280 a hard point favourite here, late mail time.
5, 7, 9 and 6 for me. Happy to be with the 5 hard point. He can reproduce what he did 2 runs ago. He'll be riding a race like this. So the 7 November 4, she's rock hard fit now. She'll make her own luck up on speed. Equilibrist is the improver. He was very good from back in the field at Gosford last start. And then I've included the 6, which is Magic On. He's a pitcher in the yard, and he's at the peak of his condition now. 5, 7, 9 and 6.
5, 7, 9, 6 late mail numbers here in the final event on the program. All right, they are loading up at Doomben. Let's head back to Bernie and Maxie, and we're due with Desi and Mary for a dinner, Bernie, sometime in the near future.
Yeah, well, wouldn't that just be lovely? Who's paying, Maxie? We'll toss a coin.
We'll go.
Or straws.
And we'll go Dutch.
We'll go Dutch. That's no fun. We'll toss straws.
Especially the way Gav spends the money on champagne.
Yeah, he's rather frivolous, isn't he?
Yeah.
Throws it around.
He does.
I like that he likes to have fun, Maxie.
Oh, does he what? Yeah. What are we doing here in the last? Such an open affair. I'm going to go with Torpedo number 17, Bernie, to storm home. You're with the 10, though. This mare from North Queensland, now with Darren Bell.
Yeah, Chicotere, she's been 9 out to 12s, back into 8, so there has been a firm. That's because I think the same owners might have been in that earlier winner they had at $27, so they've probably got a little bit to throw around.
Plenty to throw around. So we're just waiting on Lumen's Lenny to go up to an outside gate. We'll be all set for the night.
Here's David for the last time today.
Joins the others. Red light turned on. Set for the last. Racing Brisbane. A straggling start. Centre bounce. Better Be Naughty and Hallside Martini all began sluggishly, and no speed or little speed from Torpedo. Speed map is expected going to the early lead from Anna Vinci. Chief Winters pushing on. Boys Night Out the favourable balance fourth at the first call, and Chickway Terror pushing up on the inside to be in a close fifth. Then Tessa followed by Treasurer Deep. Lumen's letting off the wide gate, ducked over onto the rail to be midfield as
Lee, welcome back.
Better Be Naughty, Torpedo, Hallside Martini and centre bounce. Travelling to the side, 700 left to run. Speed map 3/4 out of Vinci and Chief Winters. He's stuck there 3 wide, can't get in. Boys Night Out getting the right run, 4th one off the rail, and Chickway Terror 5th over on the fence. The first 750 at 46.17. Then came Mutessa 3 wide with cover. Treasure between runners, Lumen's Lenny near the rail. Coming out deeper, Better Be Naughty. Then at the head of the others, Hallside Martini. Torpedo's the widest runner with centre bounce going underneath it. In the straight though, Speed Map led the way. Chickway Terror pitching inside runs. Then Boys Night Out at Vinci. Chief Winters, Lumen's Lenny, and Treasure and Mutessa. A few in the chance. Speed Map on the outside. Grabbed by Chickway Terror. Boys Night Out coming at the pair. Chickway Terror on the inside. Grabbed the lead close to home. And just one. Chickway
Why wouldn't the 10 win?
Speed Map and Lumen's Lenny in 4th. Then Treasure and Mutessa, followed by...
Now, let me explain what happened.
Martini, Better Be Naughty and
10.
Torpedo out towards the tail.
Well, there you go, Bernie. You've got the lot.
10, 4, 8.
Chickway Terror beating Boys Night Out, Speed Map and Lumen's Lenny back and forth.
Yeah,
15.
I mean, it was bold. I've got to say, it was a very good ride, sort of jamming up under the, underneath plenty of others.
So, this is what is happening. 10, 4, 2 of the highest pressures, all right? Then it was 8 and 15. So we thought about 7. It's a 6-year-old mare, did not do anything. This one was with pressure, and it is a drift. It's a drift. One of the drifts will get in. That's there. It's a drift. And then the 15 came in. Because it was a good hand. That's all. That's all about the story. Now, Araman, this is what the if you look at the number of races they have, like 14, 12, 20, 25 and all that is there, but the past performance is how I measure the past performance is in two sections. One is the gate speed, which is this one, and the second one is the sectional timing in the previous races. So that's where my past performance comes in. Now this is like that. One had everything good, but the pressure is not there. There is no pressure for a 1350 meters. There is no pressure on these horses. The 15 is just because of the hand. They have never lost a race. They are very well managed. But the game was here. And you see that too, with all Group 1 races, there's no physics on this horse. There's no physics on this horse. How will this horse win? But this often backfires. This often backfires, especially at places like Randwick and all those places. That's why I'm so scared when I see the Group 1 races on a benchmark 68 or a 70, and then there is no pressure on that horse. I don't know what to make of that thing. I don't know. It is like on a highway and a drunk driver. It is a drunk horse on a highway. That's the kind of a situation with this horse. But technically, it doesn't have the momentum. The momentum is here. So past performance is one side of the game. The other side is how the horse is being laid out on this particular race. The objective is to find that. I am still not sure. I make mistakes, but maybe we'll get there. But that is it, ladies and gentlemen. We had 8 races today here at Doomben. That was the last one. And tomorrow is Thursday. We don't race on Thursdays, but I'm going to be back racing on Friday. So if you have a little time, please come and join me. We will race together Friday, Saturday. We've got some good races coming up. And thank you so much for being there. Lee, thank you so much for being there, my friend. Lewis, thank you so much for being there, my friend. Arman, thank you so much for being there, my friend. Wallace, thank you so much for joining in. We missed you here.